One weekend afternoon, my sister and I went to check out some antique shops in the next town over. The second shop was kind of big, with maze-like aisles you walked through, so my sister and I ended up getting separated. Anyone who's visited antique shops knows what I'm talking about. The doorless three-walled rooms that display usually a mock setup of a room to sell furniture or clothes sometimes. Well, this one featured paintings along all the walls. I don't remember much of the other paintings, except some in the back. Get to those in a minute. And this very specific pig painting. Even now, I can't seem to forget it. For starters, pigs are one of my favourite animals, so I guess that makes sense why I noticed this painting so much. I can't even describe it pretty well. It was big, maybe 3 foot perhaps, and really pink. Even the background was kind of pinkish, and it featured a pink pig wearing a flowered hat. The eyes of the painting were kind of creepy. Just straight black, but with a little bit of lashes, but no colour to them. Just black. I found the painting honestly rather cute. But I realised as I looked at the painting, I was getting a very bad feeling coming from that room. And keep in mind, I hadn't even entered it yet. It was like not just a creepy feeling, but a feeling of overwhelmingly something bad. I noticed there were some old 40s posters from a Chicago play that I wanted to look at, but they were all the way in the back of that room. Finally, I toughened up and went inside the room anyway to look at the posters. My bad feeling increased by tenfold when I was in the centre, and I turned and looked to eye with that pig. I did look at the Chicago poster, but I definitely didn't look long. The feeling was bad, but not bad enough to keep me totally out, but bad enough to keep me from staying long. I didn't mention this to anyone in the shop, including my sister. Later on in the drive home, my sister mentioned getting a bad feeling from the room with the pig painting. I then told her I felt the same thing. The feeling we got, I think anyways, came from something in the room itself. I don't think it came from the pig painting, though we can't seem to forget it. I think something in the room was mad about having one of its possessions on sale. This occurrence happened a few months ago. After me and 2 friends, I'll refer them to as A and J, we were driving back from a Dodgers game back to our house in Murrieta, California. Along the way, we missed an exit and got lost around San Dimas, and took this opportunity to pull off and get McDonald's. After we got back into our car, and the GPS started us back on our course. This time, however, through some surface streets to an on-ramp. It was at about 2 and there were no cars, which we thought was normal considering the time. As we kept driving, we still hadn't seen any cars, even while on this freeway, which we still don't know where it is. And we never saw any until we ended up in Corona. But as we were just talking tonight, Jay and I realised that there were some weird occurrences that happened on that road that are like seriously fucking me up. First off, I'd like to mention that A and myself both agree and remember these events with no parts missing from both of our recounts. First off, while on that road, none of us remember any lane going in the other direction. We both also remember us being driving on a single lane road. Second, it was pitch black with no surrounding other than a drop off to our left and a hill to our right. And thirdly, we kept seeing freeway ends here signs over and over again until we remember being in Corona. But perhaps the scariest thing that myself and A both recall is that Jay was never there that entire duration. Regardless, this is freaking me out and I need to know if I ended up in the Twilight Zone. If anyone has any information, please respond. My 4-year-old son says a skeleton in my closet looks at him and says he doesn't know who he is. He won't anymore though. Apparently he's left this realm. Since he could talk, my son was talking about seeing a monster saying goodnight tonight, when this was daily for 2 years. And as his speech improved, the monster became a skeleton in Mommy's closet. I didn't think much of this, but then my second child was born, and when she was 9 months old, I woke up to her sitting up in our bed, smiling and waving at the closet where Jack says there's a skeleton. That was it for me. I decided to call a medium the next day to professionally cleanse our house. As soon as she entered my house, I started to shiver. I'm an amateur hippie, but this lady had energy. She seemed a little crazy, but also legit. She was a corporate banker and almost died 12 years ago from MRSA, and used to see ghosts as a kid, and when she came to, she could see spirits everywhere, and someone told her she had work to do, so she started doing this as a side job and also teaches cooking. She came in and set up, looked behind her, and touched a painting on the wall, and told me my grandma was with us, and that my grandma said to me not to worry, she is here. And she was always here to protect my kids. But that specific painting is a watercolour of my grandmother's house, and she did a fucking dead-on impression of my grandmother's raspy smoker's voice, and it gave me chills. So we walked around my house and saged it, and she told me that what info she was picking up from the energy. Occasionally, she would talk back to the spirits. I know it sounds nuts, but she was genuine. The sage went out as we went into the original dirt floor basement. She didn't blow it out. She said to me, "They are saying I can't control them." I immediately see my entire life flash in front of my eyes because we're obviously getting ghost murdered. She asked me to go get the lighter upstairs. Then she relit the sage and had a reaction to the creepy-ass corner of the basement, confirming all my childhood fears. She kept interjecting with things my grandma was saying to her and copying my grandma's sass and voice. She never knew my grandma. After the basement, she changed from plural ghosts to ghost and said this one was lingering and being difficult. We went up to the room with the skeleton closet, and she said the spirit was a low vibration, so she couldn't see a visual, but she could hear him. And he said she couldn't make him leave. So she called on her archangel guardian guy and asked him to help pull the spirit to where he belongs. The sage started to go out upstairs, and she said this spirit was being pulled, and guys, the sage went out, and my fucking phone rang. It was my husband, who didn't know I had this woman coming over. She laughed. I didn't. So then we went back to her crystal and candle setup, and she said another prayer, and she said now that he has crossed over, she would get more info from him. She proceeded to use a lot of Old English words. She said he was a British sailor in the 1600s, and he didn't do any fighting, but a lot of drinking, and he was locked up to dry out and got an infection on his wrist from the handcuffs, and they tried to cut the infection off and he bled out, and they left him not 6 feet under. She asked him why he was attached to my son, and she said he laughed and said he was a funny boy. And she said my grandma said to her that she followed the spirit around so that he didn't hurt my kids. And that my grandma says, "I'm not going anywhere." And that my grandma is a sassy lady. I'm okay with that though. We did a lot of research on the house at Town Hall and the museum, but all the history is from the 1800s and beyond, and mostly about the main family that built it lived here. I can't find anything about my neighbourhood in the 1600s, but would love to find out if it was like a camp of British soldiers or something. It's fascinating. Who knows if it's for real, but I will tell you that Jack talked about this skeleton for a good 18 months, multiple times a week. And since the lady came over, Jack hasn't brought up seeing him. He heard a noise once from outside and asked me if that was his skeleton friend, but that's it. Back in middle school, I had a friend, let's call her Anne. Anne lived in a nice house, way nicer than my small apartment, so we spent the night there. There were many stories about Anne's house our other friends had told me, but I didn't pay much mind. Truthfully, I thought they were just trying to scare me. A few monster energy drinks later, it was just Anne and I sitting up in her room. It's about 3 a.m, but that was normal for us in middle school. We were talking when we heard something from the kitchen. At first it was just small noises, clink here, a clatter there. Anne and I looked at each other confused. Her mom was asleep in her room down the hall. The dog was in there too. And her dad worked the graveyard shift, so he wasn't even home. We then heard a deep, bellowing laugh. It was loud. It sounded like Andre the Giant just laughed in the kitchen. Anne and I are both now terrified. Then all the pots in the kitchen start clanging together. Anne and I book it to her mom's room and try to tell her what's happening. She says we're just tired and to go to bed. We decided it was best to sleep in her mom's bed with her. The moment we decided, the dog starts to go ballistic. She's scratching at the door and barking like crazy. So her mom takes the dog outside through the sliding glass door in her room. The dog is still barking, but just through the glass. Next thing I know, I'm laying in bed praying to God. I said the Our Father more times than I can remember, and I'm not even that religious. It just was the only thing I could think of. Then we felt someone or something touch our legs. We were both frozen with fear. We had our heads under the comforters, crying. Once we felt it, we both decided to look up. We could see the imprints on the comforter as it moved up. It was so slow, yet happened so fast. I can still feel it on my legs to this day. We both managed to pass out, probably from pure fear. When we woke up the next morning, I texted my mom to come get me immediately. As we waited for my mom to pick me up, we ate some breakfast. I was drinking water out of this particular glass. It was a glass, but it had a metal handle that wrapped around the glass. You can take the glass out from the metal frame by pulling the glass up and out. But the shape of the glass didn't allow it to fall out of the bottom of the metal frame, obviously. All of us were standing in the kitchen, including her dad, and you just see the glass I'm holding just pop out from the top and smash onto the floor. Someone would have had to push it from the bottom. We all stared at that cup for a good 30 seconds before we realised we should probably clean up the glass. After the glass broke, her mom blessed the house. I never slept over again, and Anne liked to pretend it never happened. This happened 2 years ago at the end of summer. We had been swimming in the park and had wound up on a very desolate trail. There was one there, but just faintly. This area gets traffic because of the ruins of an old cabin that settlers built ages ago, but no one ever goes up the hill as it is very steep. My friend James has been there before, and he said it was very spooky when he went, so we thought that it sounded fun. We hiked for about 10 minutes from the ruins of the cabin to where James said the cemetery was. Now, we had just swam, so I was wearing river shoes and a bathing suit, and they were wearing the same, so not really for this kind of terrain. We eventually got up the hill, and the thick brush instantly led into a bald spot. If you don't know what a bald is, it's basically a part in deep wood that has no trees growing on it. They're landmarks hikers usually go to. The cemetery was small, maybe about 15 tombstones, and many smaller ones claimed by the woods on the side. Many graves were marked a year like they just said 1804 or 1799, things like that. There was only one name eligible on any of them, and it was for a 4-year-old named Isabel. On one grave, the one in the dead centre, there was an old copper picture frame, and I mean real old. It was heavy to pick up and had numerous scratches and chips in it, but wasn't faded or green. In the frame, there were bits of broken glass and a black and white photograph long since faded away. Now I don't know why I did what I did next, but I couldn't stop myself once I started. I picked it up to have a better look at it. As soon as I did, all the usual summer sounds of the woods, cicadas and bird calls, just stopped. It was so noticeable that both my friends looked worried and looked at me. Great, thanks. Now we're cursed, is all I heard, and still hear from time to time. Over the next couple minutes, we nervously joked and looked around the spot, but it started getting dark, really dark. It was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so this greatly worried us. We decided to leave and headed back down the trail. Every now and then, we would hear the groan of an old tree and the snapping of a branch. It was enough to get us moving faster, and I swear out of the corner of my eye, I saw something in the tree. I started to nope out of there when James, who was in front of us, just stopped. We could see the road through a clearing of trees up ahead, as we were right at the ruins of the cabin. He looked to the side of us and turned white. James didn't scare easily. In the 10+ years I'd known him, if I only saw him scared twice. Once when we were hiding from people on private property, and once when we got stuck caving, so seeing him scared freaked me out. The next thing I know, he bolted and we followed closely, just running out of the trees. We hit the gravel road, covered with scrapes and bruises from running through bush, and he rushed us along. As we got closer to our cars from the woods, the sky started to get lighter, and by the time we got back, it looked like it was 4 in the afternoon and not 8 or 9. I've asked James what he saw, but he's been very nervous about it. All I know is I felt watched and didn't want to go back there. I did, however, mainly because I'm stupid. We went back for Halloween last year and more things happened, but not nearly as bad as last time. It was summer and I had just turned 13. In the summer, my mum would take my sister and I to a part of the park nearby that had a fairly good-sized river in it. This place is fairly well known and hosts a lot of picnics and wedding shoots. The place that most of this happens at is a place with a lot of rapids and little waterfalls. It truly is beautiful and one of my favourite places to swim. Back then, however, it was an off-limits swimming area per my mom. You see, this part of the river, mainly the 8-foot waterfall, had a track record for deaths. At the base of the waterfall there's a whirlpool that pulls you about 8 to 10 feet depending on the water level. The fact that it was off limits made it irresistible to me. I would ask time and time again if I could swim there, and usually it was a resounding no. But on this day, we ran into my mama and aunts here and my mom was occupied. So when I asked her, she said, yeah, sure, as a way to brush me off. I went to the waterfalls, which were just a short walk from our current area, and jumped in. Instantly, I loved it. It was as deep, if not more, than our current spot and hosted a couple of natural water slides. I was having a lot of fun, but I noticed the waterfall. For some reason, my teenage mind thought the best course of action was to climb up it and jump back in, so I began the ascent. As I climbed, I started thinking it was a bad idea and decided to climb back down. But I grabbed a very loose rock and I came tumbling down with the rock in tow. I fell into the whirlpool and it took me down to the bottom of the then 6-foot drop. The rock landed on my foot and crushed it. It was about the size of a cat. I was of course freaking out and splashing about. By straining my legs, I was able to get my mouth to the surface and scream for help, but there was no one around and the sounds of the waterfall drowned me out. I started to pray and beg to be saved. After a minute of that, I looked up on the top of the waterfall and saw someone standing there. I could still see them as clearly as it was yesterday. They wore all black clothes and had blonde hair. I screamed for help and they smirked. This put 2 things into my mind: fear and determination. I went underwater and pulled the rock up enough for me to painfully pull my foot out of it and swam against the current to the shore. And the person was nowhere to be seen. It had only been seconds ago, so there was no way they got out of my line of vision. I limped back to my mom, who of course yelled at me for going there. I ended up just having a scraped up foot and sprained ankle. I told my pastor about it, and he said it was a demon, but so is everything here. I told some of my more religiously free peers, and they told me it could have been death. I don't really know. Since then, I've nearly gotten myself killed a couple more times, even been in the hospital for it, but never seen him again. My views on death and life itself have changed. I'm more understanding of it and have to deal with it a lot. The thing that's been happening is on a pretty notorious road in my town. This road has had numerous murders and ghost sightings on it and is genuinely creepy at night. Not to mention that there's a horse ranch on it that the owners dropped like flies and their prize-winning horses mysteriously died on. My main interaction here lately happened right near this ranch. I was driving home from school, and I took night classes, so it was pretty dark. I drive a shitty old Taurus that has an issue every other week, but I'm poor, so any car is good. Anyways, I was driving and my car started to overheat and started acting up. The hiccuping was so bad I decided to pull over the next stop I can. This road is very curvy and there's only one straight way, right in front of the ranch. Go figure. I pulled off and called my girlfriend's uncle who works on cars, and he said he would be there in about 30 minutes. No big deal, I thought. I'll wait in the car. However, my car's heat was broken and it was colder here than outside, so I decided to wait on the hood of my car. I sat opposite the iron gate that was the entrance to the ranch. The entrance goes out into two small fields where they would showcase their horses. The last one to die was a celebrity named Duke. The fields end with a small forest and road going through to the main house. Ever since the first horse and person deaths came out, there were rumours that the place was haunted. They were, of course, natural, at least to some degree. The horses were slaughtered by a bear. Very doubtful, but that's what was said. I never stepped foot near that place before and wasn't planning on it. But as I sat down on the hood of my car browsing Reddit, I heard something in the field. When I shined my light to see what it was, my heart dropped. It looked like a pale, skinny dog, I guess. It looked wrong. I freaked out and got in my car and it seemed to run at me. I got in and looked and didn't see it. Of course, I'm not an idiot and decided not to tour and look at, but just to sit calmly in my car. I heard a growl somewhere near me and BTFO'd. I turned my car in and hightailed it out of there. I of course fucked my car up doing so, but as soon as I got out of the woods, I pulled over and waited. It's been about 4 days, and when I drive that road, I still see a pale shape in the dark, and it fills me with fear. A couple of other things have been happening too. My aunt has been taking a sharp turn and got very, very sick, and if my cousins are to be believed, it may be something very evil that did it. But that's a very different story that will be difficult to tell. So I'll save it for a different time. I live in a very religious place in the south, so a lot of people tend not to believe what they hear or see because it's just the devil playing tricks. That being said, my cousin D, who is about 12 years older than me, believes in this too. That what he saw was just a demon and not a skinwalker. Getting this story out of him took a while. He didn't like to talk about it, but I got him to open up about it a bit. This happened around the mid-90s. D, much like me and my cousins, spent his childhood around my mama's property with his brother, C, and his cousin, K. They would play manhunt and tag and such like we did. When this story took place, it was in the middle of the summer and he was around 12. He and C and K were playing at a treehouse that is no longer standing. They had just pulled a prank on K and were hiding from him in the treehouse. D and C stayed in the treehouse until K stopped looking. C left and went back into our mama's house and left D alone. D stayed up in the treehouse and read some comics. The treehouse was about half a mile from the house and was on a hill so that you could still see the house from it, but it was still in the woods. At the time, my papa was still alive but was in Georgia on a retreat, so he wasn't there, which let the three boys do whatever they wanted. Papa would holler for them to come in when it started to get dark because there was, and still is, a large number of coyotes and bears around the house. Dee decided to read comics all day, something he still enjoys, and eventually fell asleep. He woke up and it was dusk. He heard our mama yelling for him and he began to get ready to leave. As he went down the ladder, he heard a coyote yip and he climbed back up. At this point, he began to get a little upset while telling me the story. He began to explain that the coyote looked like, and I realised it was the same one that me and my cousins had been seeing growing up as well. It looked like it had mange. It had a large tuft of fur missing on its right side, and you could see the bare pale skin and it had human-like eyes. It snarled at him and bore its teeth. He was taken aback by this and he just sat back down in the treehouse. The coyote sat at the base of the ladder and just looked up at him. He told me he sat there for about 20 minutes trying to figure out what to do. He remembered he had a slingshot and decided that the best course of action would be to try to scare it off with that. He said he shot at it and it just growled more. My cousin was and still is a very good shot with a slingshot. I had a couple of bruises to prove it. He reared back and decided to aim at its eye because he didn't like the way it stared at him. He reared back and got it right in its left eye and it ran away howling. He got a little more emotional now. He told me he climbed down the ladder and made a mad dash toward the house. About halfway to the house, there's a large dip in the land where there were a bunch of bushes and small trees. When he was about there, he told me that he heard coyote yips all around him and swore that a whole pack had come upon him. He just ran from it, and while he was on his way up the other side of the dip, he tripped and hurt his leg. He started to get upset and had to stop a few times. He told me he got up and started to limp toward the house. This is the part that gave me chills. He told me that he turned and looked behind him and saw not a coyote anymore, but a person. And it looked like it had his face. He said it started to walk towards him in an odd way, but luckily, C and K started yelling for him, and as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared. D told C and K, but they didn't believe him, and they told him it was just a trick of the night, something that he still tries to believe in. As soon as he told me this, he kindly asked me not to ask him about it anymore, as when he thinks about it, he thinks he sees that coyote outside. D is a very religious and reliable man, so when he says weird stuff is happening, I usually believe him. The coyote he saw that night, me and my cousins have seen before as well, along with a stag. Since the night me and my cousins saw it, I have had 2 more encounters, the latest one being last year. I'll share those in time. One of my cousins who was there with me that night may tell his perception of the events too. I have some more stories that happen more in the park than on family land that I'm going to share soon. Several of my friends have had creepy experiences as well, and if they're willing, I may share theirs as well. My dad likes to take me on little off-road rides in his Jeep. It wasn't necessarily an off-road one either. It was a Cherokee, so it wasn't really built for backwoods dirt trails. He decided to do this one that was out in the park with me and told me you'd be fun and we could go check out ruins of an old building, and then we decided to go. We were about a good hour into the park. There was one of those official vehicle-only gates on this dirt road, and usually that would stop people, but my dad just decided to break the lock and push it open anyways. My father was ever the best at listening to rules. About 30 minutes into our drive on this road, he's shining a flashlight out the windows, trying to find this building, and has his headlights on full, and we're both just looking for any signs of anything. Eventually, we came upon this really steep hill. He says, "Oh, I think I remember this," and just guns it up the hill. Naturally, we get stuck at a certain angle where we can't reverse or accelerate. My dad never likes to admit he's wrong, and said he can fix it and started tinkering with it. I was very curious, and still am, so I got the flashlight and I started looking in the woods around us, really kind of just worried for bears or wolves. I noticed a little light in the valley below us, and turned off the flashlight to see it. While my dad was cursing at our car, I decided to get a little closer to the light and see if I could figure out what it was, mainly to see if it was somebody who could help us. As I got closer to it, the trees took it apart a little, and it was a very small town. The best way I can describe it is like that town from the movie Big Fish, just a very numbered set of small buildings. As I got closer, I heard voices and saw people. But something just seemed weird about it, like they weren't really there. I decided to try to get closer to the town, but the closer I got, the weirder I got. I eventually felt like if I didn't turn around, I would never come back, which is a very odd feeling to have, and decided to just go back up to my dad. He didn't get the car unstuck, by himself at least, and we just slept in the car. The next morning, a park ranger showed up, and after a very lengthy talk with my dad and very hefty tickets, he helped us get the car unstuck, and we were on our way. Before we left, I tried to catch another glimpse at the village, and it was the ruins my dad was talking about. I talked to the park ranger about it, and all he said was it was once a thriving village that was just lost in time. I decided not to say anything about what I saw to the ranger, and did tell my dad about this unusual skepticism, turned me away from bringing up any more. I have since visited that same village, and it's a really pretty place. I told my friend about what I saw, and I believed me for the most part, and we decided to stay one night around the woods and try to see if anything happened. And of course, nothing did. But I still remember that night as if it was yesterday, and still get goosebumps from the feeling I had visiting it. So I've been renting a room in a one-story house for the last couple of years. There had been a lot of strange things that would occur over the months within the house, although I did wonder whether to tell my Chinese landlord about it or not. I assumed she already knew, as there had been prayer bells playing on repeat on radios within the house and the garage. Each one mysteriously disappears on occasion. At first, I thought it had just been my roommates becoming annoyed with the constant bells and prayers, until I lived in the house alone, and things would mysteriously go missing. My boyfriend at the time returned to Taiwan for a little while. I promised him I'd keep the room for when he returned. During some of the months, I would be the only tenant in the house. All of the rooms became empty as time went on, only to be filled by new tenants. The house became a revolving door. I would at times hear a little girl crying in the middle of the night. I'd smell cigar smoke when I was the only person in the home. I chalked that up as it was just wafting in from the outside somewhere. But at times it was strange, unexplainable even. I would sometimes feel heat upon my face, hot almost like a flame, only moments later to smell that familiar strong cigar smoke. When I wasn't alone in the house, on occasion I would hear a tenant yelling on their cell phone with the landlord on the other line. It would usually have something to do with not being told that the house was haunted. Once again, I figured that she already knew. Eventually, I wanted to record my experiences in the house. Whenever I'd hear the girl crying, I would try to record it. Footsteps in the house, and I'd open my bedroom door into the dark corridor, trying to capture at least something unexplainable that I've seen, so I could gather proof. There had been plenty of times when I opened my door to see a pale, ghostly floating face, a Caucasian man in his mid to early 20s, and only his face staring back at me from the dark. I had no Caucasian roommates, let alone any roommates without bodies and just floating faces. Yet, when I would lift my phone to record, my phone would shut off, as if it had no battery. There had been times when I did record or take a photo, only for the photo to appear distorted, or not even be in the gallery at all. It was tricky trying to catch them, but eventually I did. I felt quite alone in the city, to be honest. I'd wake up and go to work, and come back home to watch TV or Netflix. Some nights I'd hear my dad's voice or my sister's voice coming from the hallway, despite the fact that they lived in different states than I did. It would say to let them inside. It would happen so often that I grew to ignore it by putting my headset on and listening to music. My cousin moved in one day. My family wanted him to come help keep me safe. He often had a lot of things happen to him in the house. Things would be thrown at him. He'd wake up with scratches and burns. While I was in the shower, at times I'd hear a woman whisper in my ear, "Don't trust him." I'd turn and no one would be there. I thought I was just sleepy, and I tried to explain it off as maybe someone talking outside, and it just felt like it was right up to my ear. Whatever I could do to explain it. Later on, he proved to me that he was one of the most dangerous people in the city. Although at first I didn't understand why he was always attacked in the house, I guess the ghosts had been right. I made him leave. I was once again just trying to survive on my own in the city, waiting for Mark to come back. I would often try to stay out of the house. I would go out with friends to distract myself. Boba, food, gaming, whatever I could to just not think about waiting or the house. I made some friends in the city, some new friends. They seemed nice at first, until I realised it was simply a facade. Most people are nice, and I often try to see the good in people, but given I was a female alone in the city, I should have been more careful. This part of the story ties into the current goings-on within the house. As the months went on, I bought a spirit box. I would ask questions and they would answer. One time I asked, "Where is Mark?" just to see if they knew, and they responded accurately with his squad. I would talk to them like I would with normal people. I respected them, and in some way it made me feel less alone until I turned it off. Still being careful about it, and for months I wouldn't talk to them. Things in the room would move around in front of me on their own, knocking on my door in the middle of the night. But still, I just tried to move on from it, and I acted like the house was just like every other house. Mark told me not to talk to the spirits, given an experience we had in an apartment a few years ago. My family and his family say that I have a gift, just like my mum and dad, but I never really knew my mom. I would often come home, and if something bad happened that day, it was like they already knew. Things in the room would be thrown, the lights would turn off on their own. Sometimes I would go through my room trying to find something. I'd lay on the bed and just close my eyes, giving up on trying to find it, and I'd feel a pressure on my stomach, as if something fell on me from the ceiling, only to look down and whatever I was looking for was right there. It happened quite often. One day, I just laid in bed thinking. The overhead light in the room turned off, and I was laying in the pitch black room, only my solar panel lights remaining on. I picked up my phone and started to record. I asked them, "Are you there?" And the light turned on in the closet and then back off. I began to ask them about my new friends, and it was like they already knew. The light would turn on for yes and remain off for no. In the end, I asked them, "Do we get along?" And the light turned on. It remained on for the rest of the night. When I went back to this old recording of the lights, I went ahead and checked if I captured any EVPs that day. I did. I captured the children. I also captured one saying, "He will pay," and another one saying something along the lines of, "Take him to hell." At the time of the recording, I didn't check for EVPs within it until after the friendship had ended. I was quite upset with those new friends for a little while. At one point after hearing the EVPs, I recalled one of them talking about a shadow that they've only seen recently in their home. I put two and two together. The fact that my home had a shadow in it as well, and that they've only just seen it after they had made their criminal mistake. I hated them so much. When Mark returned, he and the landlord took me to a temple after the landlord said she saw a black fog in my room. I explained some of the spirits I had seen and described them to them. The landlord confirmed that she knew the house was haunted. We went to the temple to meet with a monk she trusted. Although he didn't know what we discussed, he had described the spirits in the same way I described them to her. Mark and my landlord looked over at me, their eyes wide after receiving confirmation. The ghosts, a man who was hung, a little girl, a little boy, a young man who died in a car accident, a tall shadow, a weeping woman in a white dress. He confirmed it all. Then, the landlord asked them to remove the spirits from the home. They later came to the home, and although I am sad they may be gone, I'm happy they're able to be free if they had a choice to be. I think the little girl and the boy are still here with the shadow and the young man. I can still hear her crying at night sometimes. The monk later told the landlord they won't leave until she does. He also told her that I am close to the spirit world and removing me could anger them in her house. The importance of that is that my landlord's son had a crush on me and wanted to have a relationship with me, but I was still waiting for the mark. He got upset and tried to threaten to kick me out for not giving him a chance. So it's nice in that way, that even in death and being unseen, that they're still protecting me. Just a random tenant in a random room in their home. And so here I am, still in this room, and nothing bad has happened to Mark or I. It's just nice knowing we're not entirely alone, no matter how alone we may feel. So I had shut it off, so I could live a normal life again without seeing them. But my cousin, who has no abilities, has seen them in the house. At first, when he moved in, he didn't know that it was haunted. I didn't want to tell him that the house was haunted because I thought, well, maybe it's not. And if I told him, he would believe it was, and that would influence him in some way. If it was haunted, I was going to let him find out on his own. Or if it didn't bother him, then I'd let it be. As the weeks passed and things moved in front of our eyes, he started to hear his family members calling his name from time to time, in the middle of the night. Same experience that I had. He would have a nightmare sometimes of something trying to come inside of the room, yet it was stuck on the other side of the door and was unable to come inside, beckoning him to open the door. Which is odd because I actually have a video of it doing that and it is heard faintly. When I lived alone, it would occur very frequently, but instead of in dreams, it was literally in real life and happening on camera. I didn't show him the video beforehand, so he couldn't have known. Eventually, I did open up to him about it being haunted, but that it's not really a big deal or anything, since my family usually ends up in haunted houses for some odd reason. That if we make excuses and such, the activity will remain low. For instance, if something slides across the floor in front of us, we just make an excuse, no matter how stupid that excuse is, and we say it out loud and shrug it off. Sometimes it happens again after that, but we do make another excuse and then it stops. If something pounds on our walls from all directions, usually it happens for a few seconds, we just make another excuse, etc. Then life goes on like normal. My cousin would also be laying in bed at night, and he explained that he would see one of the almost rippling. I thought it must be an eyesight issue, so I asked him to show me where it was. Oddly enough, it was the same wall that I had a nightmare about months ago, involving things trying to climb out of a black tar-like door, with nearly 100 arms covered in the tar. So yeah, that was odd, and he didn't have the experience again. Anyway, in the room one day when I was living there on my own, I had seen a woman. Pretty much the generic ghost look. Most of them don't seem to look like that, but in movies they do. It was just a young woman who floated through my bedroom door and then through the wall beside it. Nearly entirely see-through from the waist down, and she looked as if she was made of mist or fog. No colour at all, and also in a very old, almost wedding gown type of dress. Also in the room, I would often see glowing white circular orbs, like things that would float and leave. Almost like a flicker, but I thought that was just, I don't know, a headache or whatever. But it was always in one spot of the room. Well, my cousin saw it too. In the same spot I usually would see it in. And then I told him it happened sometimes. He's gotten used to the house, and most of the activity stopped happening after I shut it off. I also bought a little spirit box and would use it outside whenever the activity would go up. And soon after, I went back inside, life was back to normal, and the activity would subside for another month or two. Before the spirit box, the activity was nearly unlivable. Dangerous almost. Afterwards now, it's extremely silent, like we have a home now. If anything, it's just a house that's haunted. By a house nonetheless. With all of the haunted houses my family and I had lived in, my only advice is not to let a haunting consume you. There was an incident while I was at work a few months ago. I worked in the airlines. A passenger handed me their tickets and I looked up at them and they smiled. While they smiled, a voice said, "The marriage is fake." There was a woman behind him and I asked, "Oh, is this your wife?" He replied, "Yes, we are going on our honeymoon." A voice then said, "Stop him." I made small talk and a minute or two later, 3 police officers showed up. I heard over the radio they said a name. I looked at the tickets, and on the tickets was the name they needed. I asked the man to step aside with his wife for a moment. I spoke with the police officers and later found out he was a felon who faked his marriage. There was another incident while I was at work back around the end of November to the beginning of December. There was a passenger who in some way managed to bring 7 backpacks with him. As I checked his ticket number, he hadn't paid for the extra bags. My manager went up to him and let him know he had to pay for the extra bags. Each bag would cost an additional $130, with the extra weight and fee within the charge. At first he tried to gain sympathy by saying he was studying to become a doctor. He later changed his story and said he worked and studied in a lab, and that within the bags were his book and some lab equipment. As he repacked his bags, for security reasons I had to watch him do this. Before he opened them, he looked up at me, paused, and then opened his bags while keeping eye contact with me. Each bag was full of peanuts. Opened containers of peanuts with no seal, which meant they were open prior to boarding. I spoke with management about this, yet for some reason they really wanted this man on board. I went back and he repacked his bags. He said he was able to pay for 5 of them, but not the 6th. He repacked enough where he didn't need the 7th bag. I returned to management to discuss it, and as we spoke, he attempted to give his bags to the other passengers, not allowed in any airport, immediate deboarding and delay of the flight, as well as a fine and near felony charges. I returned to the passenger and reminded him not to do this. I returned his bags to him via the security footage. I asked him for his passport, and when I held it in my hands, I saw a vial, a shot, a virus, lungs, the world map and hospital beds. I heard the sound of coughing. When it was done, I noticed I was looking into his eyes, and he said in a frantic whisper, "Help me." His eyes wide, and his voice shook. I went back to management, ready to call security, and they didn't allow me to. For whatever reason, I hadn't seen them, so inclined to make sure someone was on the plane. They boarded the passenger. That was back in November to possibly the very beginning of December. Afterwards, our entire crew, except for about 2 people, became seriously ill. Afterwards, myself and the team had been moved to other airlines as the news of COVID affected many airlines, until eventually they had been postponed in the area until further notice. As I was working in the other airline, I was checking in a passenger and asking the usual questions with the usual small talk. They later told me they were afraid the flight was going to be delayed. I asked, "Oh, I am sorry. Was it because of the volcano?" They looked at me and said, "No, it's just because sometimes flights are delayed." I said, "The volcano on the island?" We laughed and I handed them the tickets. I later turned to my coworker and asked, "Wasn't there news of a volcano eruption?" He turned to me and said, "No, not that I've heard of." We checked the news and I looked up the island and yet no news came out. I could have sworn it happened. I knew the name, the island, and yet the news hadn't come out or it didn't happen yet. A few days later, one of our flights had been delayed because of a volcanic eruption on a nearby island. The same island I had typed in the search and remembered. I'd seen in the news when truly it hadn't even happened at that time. There was a passenger who seemed very anxious due to the events of COVID at the time. I tried to comfort him as he was elderly and was planning to go on a cruise ship, and he was excited about it, but also slightly nervous because his daughter tried to beg him not to go on the ship. He pulled out his phone and showed me the ship. A voice said, "A stranded ship." I took a breath and told him about some good hotels in the city he was flying to, and also nearby cities and beach towns. He was thankful. Again, about a week later, news came in that the ship had in fact become stranded due to COVID-19 complications within. I hope he took up the hotel options, but I couldn't push it because of my job duties. There was another incident, which was of the last. On the last flight we had, I was called as well as the entire team. While we were there checking tickets and enforcing social distancing, I cannot explain it well to those who had not had it happen. As I walked to the gate and through the passengers to check tickets, and to ask if they had any questions. I was shown through my eyes a number of them were sick without symptoms yet. No one knew at the time, but for some reason I was shown this. I was also shown my co-worker would become sick. I had asked and was given permission to return home. I had gone home 40 minutes early that day as the large number of us had not been needed for that flight. News came out that those 2 passengers I was shown in real-time vision were removed from the flight when they didn't pass the 3rd phase of protocol. News also came out that the co-worker had fallen ill a little while after the flight. She was one of my co-workers who previously hadn't fallen ill in November or December. It was a sunny day outside when my dad and his 3 brothers went to visit their grandfather. His house had a small apple orchard in the backyard. You could still see the apple trees to this day. Although the last time and the first time I had seen his grandpa's house, the trees were dead and twisted. My dad and his brothers sat at a small table in the kitchen, while their parents spoke with the other adults in the living room. They were clicking away at viewfinders, holding the viewfinder up to the light emitted from the kitchen window. Their grandfather came into the kitchen and asked, "Would you kids like some apples?" My dad enthusiastically said yes, along with his brothers. The apples were always fresh and delicious. Their grandfather opened the basement door, which was located in the kitchen. The door closed behind him, and they could hear his footsteps walking down the stairs. They continued to click away at their viewfinders. Eventually, one of the brothers noticed that it had been a while since their grandfather went down into the basement, about 30 minutes ago. They decided to go down and make sure everything was alright. My dad walked over to the basement door and opened it. He took 1 step down past the door. As his foot hit the first step, he heard a roaring, deep laughter. My dad called out to his grandpa, and he could hear his grandpa's voice say, "Let me go, let me go." My dad rushed down the stairs, and on the wall were 2 high-definition shadows cast upon it. My dad's youngest brother followed him down the stairs and stood on them, holding the railing and watching the wall and the shadows almost as if in shock. My dad yelled, "Grandpa!" My dad, believing it was a prank, looked around the basement. There was a white sheet which was hanging up down there. He was sure that behind it, he would find out what was making the shadows on the wall. He lifted the sheet, but nothing was there. He looked down, and there was a crate of apples lying on the floor. My dad turned around and walked up to the shadows that were cast on the wall. The largest shadows the entire size didn't fit on the wall. My dad says that the size of the shadow would have made it at least 2 to 3 stories tall. As he looked closer at the shadow, he could see each long individual strand of stringy hair that hung on its arms. Its body was thin, almost like the body of someone who you would have seen in the pictures of Auschwitz, while also with defined thin muscles in its arms. Its head had huge horns leading backwards, and the head was that of a goat. It held the shadow of his grandfather in its hands, holding him at his waist and shaking him while laughing. His grandfather beat at its arms, screaming to let it go, while it shook him like a doll and laughed. My dad's youngest brother yelled, "Let my grandpa go! Let my grandpa go!" The shadow seemed to be completely unaware of them being there. My dad and his brother went back upstairs to get help. His 2 older brothers, who were too afraid to go downstairs because of the sheer sound of laughing, followed them into the living room. This was during the time when kids should be out and seen but not heard. Everything that they said was ignored as kids, trying to get attention or their imagination. They went back into the kitchen and sat silently, not knowing what to do. Thump, thump, thump. They could hear footsteps coming up the stairs from the basement. My dad prepared himself to see the true form of the shadow before them. The door opened, and it was their grandfather. He held a crate of apples in his hands. My dad ran up to him and lifted his shirt to check his waist and stomach. He asked him, "Grandpa, are you burned? Are you burned?" His grandpa looked down at him and laughed and said, "Why would I be burned?" My dad looked up and said, "Grandpa, you were in hell." Later on, the grandpa shared his experience when he was in the basement. He went downstairs to grab an apple crate. He thought he heard my dad's voice clearly yell Grandpa, so he turned around for a moment to see if he was there with them. No one was there. He was a bit spooked, and so he started to walk up the stairs. That's when he heard, "Let my grandpa go." This really spooked him, so he tried to quickly go back upstairs. He believed he was down there for only a couple of minutes. When he met my dad and his brothers upstairs, they were a certain look on their face. My dad ran up to him and lifted his shirt and asked if he was burned. Later on, when he became very ill, he told my dad that he was worried what was going to happen to him when he died. For a while, his life story was kept in the dark room from many family members. In fact, his life was so secretive that some family members believed he was part of the mafia in the past. When I found out what he had done at times in his life, I found out why it was kept a secret. I have 3 younger sisters, and all of them get spooked very easily. We have had a lot of unexplainable experiences, such as I had the room that had a window that faced the walkway up to my house. I would often hear noises like people talking outside my window when my parents and siblings were asleep, but I brushed it off as the outside cats we have. One summer night, I had my bedroom window cracked open as my room tended to get extremely hot, and I heard something scratching at my window. I was freaked out, and my first instinct was to lay flat so whatever was outside my window wouldn't see me in my bed. I laid flat for what felt like 30 minutes, but was probably only 1 or 2 minutes. When I finally got the courage to look, it was just one of the outside cats. So I hopped out of bed to shoo her away and shut the window. About a year later, me and my sister switched bedrooms. At this point, the outside cat who scratched at the window's screen had passed away. One night, my sister comes running into my room very pale and says, "There's something scratching at my window." My first thought is, no, it's just a cat. But then I remembered she had passed. I got really freaked out and tell her that it's okay and not to worry about it. Just to come sit with me for a bit, and it was probably just the videos she's always watching getting to her head. After a while, I told her I'll go check it out because at this point it was late and I really wanted to go to bed, and figured maybe it was just a windy night and she was getting freaked herself out for no reason. I went to go stand in her room, and had I hear or see nothing at the window, I stand there for a bit longer and still nothing. As I turn around, I hear the scratching. I froze. I turned around and looked directly at a shadow of what looked like a man in the window. I just stared for a second. It felt worse than the other paranormal experiences I had. It felt bad, like I wasn't supposed to be there. Like there were bad intentions from this shadow. After I realised this wasn't good, I ran to my bedroom and picked up my sister. Ran to my other sister's room and told her to come with me. I went to open my parents' door, but it was locked, so I started banging on the door. Luckily, my father is a pretty light sleeper and heard us trying to open the door, so was up and at the door before I started screaming. He asked what was wrong, and I said there was someone at my little sister's window. He immediately grabbed his gun and was out of the door. After my dad walked around the whole house and made sure no one was outside, he checked the security cameras and showed me there was no one there. I kept telling him I saw it. There was someone there. He told me it was late and to go to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I was terrified about what I saw and the feeling it gave me. My sister slept in my room that night and the next night. In the next 3 years, there was the normal amount of paranormal stuff. Footsteps, thinking I heard my name before I was about to sleep, power surging in only one room for no reason, maybe bad wiring, seeing shadows that were unexplainable. Up until last month, that was the norm. Now for the events that occurred. I had a ghost in my room who would tug at my hair, but besides that, it never bothered me much. One day I was extremely upset, and there was a ghost tugging at my hair. I yelled and screamed and told them to stop playing with me and just go away. The next few days were extremely quiet, nothing from the ghost in my room. I knew I accidentally banished him from my room, but I didn't care too much as they were kinda annoying and gave me a bad feeling sometimes. Probably not a spirit with my best interests in mind. About a week later, My parents went down to the street with my wife and my little sisters to play poker with my grandparents. When I got off work, I went down there to pick them up because I was their DDD, designated drunk driver. When I heard my dad told me he hadn't been drinking and was okay to drive, so I could go home and go to sleep. I have a dog named Maverick, and when I got home he was so excited to see me, as dogs do. When I went to my bedroom to lay down, I felt like something was watching me out my window. I didn't think much of it because I believe we have a ghost in our kitchen, so it was probably that ghost, paired with the fact that it was dark and I was home alone. I lay down and so did Maverick. I heard a car pull into the driveway and the doors slam. They took my mum's car and it was very squeaky, heavy doors that are hard to miss. I was expecting them to walk into the house any minute, but 5 minutes passed and the front door hadn't opened yet. Then Maverick started flipping out. I'm talking about growling, barking, the hair on his back stood up. This was the first time I've ever seen him growl. He is a loud dog that barks all the time. I like to say he has lots of opinions. But after this, he's only growled once, and it was at some random guy who tried to pet him in a store while I wasn't paying attention. That only happened recently. I opened my bedroom door thinking he was being overdramatic with my parents, but no one was home. No car in the driveway, no one in the house. He continued to flip out at the front door, barking and growling like he was about to fight for his life. I immediately got that bad feeling I had when the shadow was in my sister's window. So I picked up Maverick, who was still flipping out and also weighs about 80 pounds, and took him to my room. I locked the door and called my mother and asked her where she is, and she says she's still down the street and that they will be home in 5 minutes. Maverick is still freaking out, and I hear someone running in the hallway, loud, angry footsteps. My bedroom door begins to shake like someone is trying to get in. I began crying and called my mom again. She said they were coming down our road now. Then I heard the front door open. The door stops shaking, and my mom knocks and says, "Marja, we are home." At this point, I'm too scared to open the door. I sat on the floor crying. I didn't want to open it. She knocked and said again, "We are home." Then I hear my sisters and dad. Maverick stopped growling and now was excited to see who was there. I opened the door and it was my mom. I cried on her shoulder and told her I was so scared. Then we went to check the security cameras to see who was in the house. My dad showed me. No one was there. We were also missing half of the footage for some reason, but what was there showed no one. I kept insisting and they kept telling me the cameras have the footage. My father isn't much of a believer, but my mother is, and when I told her, she was just as spooked as I am. So I just had a pretty darn scary / weird dream, alright? I woke up like 30 plus minutes ago, and in my dream I heard tapping on the window, alright? And you know when you hear it and know that it didn't come from the dream? In fact, it makes you realise you're dreaming. Like when you're asleep and you can hear your alarm in that dream while you're sleeping. Yeah. So later on, after I basically watched my ass possibly die on a YouTube video in the dream, I woke up, and right when I woke up there were tapping sounds on my muffin flipping window. Alright, it could be a squirrel, it could be a creepy old man, it could be a really strong ant, I don't know, man. But I like to keep things light when I get freaked out. This is for anyone who has ever lived in a haunted house or was haunted. I have one question. Should I purposely watch Elmo, Teletubbies, SpongeBob or Barney and pretend out loud that those voices are the scariest voices in the world? Because so far, they mimicked people I spoke to on Peeperphone. Do you think instead of mimicking my family, friends, a little girl or little boy or woman's voice, they would start mimicking fucking Elmo and telling me to let me it, help me? Or maybe in like the voice of Barney it says, "I will kill you"? Or like its usual super evil laugh it makes but in Elmo's voice? I mean the one with the deeper raspy voice doesn't really mimic voices but the two kids do. Also, if I capture more shadows on my phone, should I try to make a TikTok dance video with them? Asking for a friend. Anyway, Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. And this is an open discussion because this is the 5th or 6th haunted place I've lived in. And I'm just going to see how this one goes. Because honestly, I've lived in so many. And I think the dream was in direct reference to me filming my experience this time. And so far, whatever these things are, don't like that. Honestly, I'm not a skeptic. I live in a haunted house run. I've had way too many experiences in my life to be skeptical. But I mean, there comes a time when you keep getting into haunted buildings by accident. And they all try to do is keep you in fear. And when I get scared, I don't know about anyone else, but I start being funny in my own thoughts, kind of overlapping whatever they're doing, so I could keep a level head. Keeps me calm. Growing up in so many haunted houses, I know fear is their greatest weapon. That and jump scares out of the corner of your eyeballs. It's like they don't know if they want the credit or not. I mean, I should just start walking around the house with that stuff horses wear on their head to keep them looking straight. Also, with the lights turning off and loud noises, it's literally like I'm living with a super scary toddler who's tall enough to turn off the lights and stuff. Like an Addams Family toddler. That's what it's like to live in a haunted house. You know that scene from The Shining, when the elevator doors open and the hallway is flooded? Like, I need that, but like all of it in holy water. My boyfriend had just gone to the military about a month ago. We received a mandatory military order letter in the mail. Before he left, he bought me a couple rings and he has one as well. We've been together for 6 or 7 years and are really close, and it's just a great relationship. He loves me a lot. We both wear these rings, except for recently when I was unable to find it. I always put it in the same spot, but it was gone. My boyfriend messaged me today and said he had a dream and he thought it was important to tell me. I hadn't yet really told him about much of anything that was going on in the house. He and I usually don't share our dreams with each other, so I listened. His dream. My boyfriend was hanging out with his friend. His friend is a pretty bad friend of ours who we both dislike. But we are friends with him anyway, because the guy doesn't have many friends. As they were hanging out, his friend handed my boyfriend a bag of black powder. When my boyfriend refused, he put the bag into my boyfriend's pocket. My boyfriend looked up at his friend and his friend had no face. Cue my post The Apartment in Possession, where I had seen myself without a face, not a dream that time. Then my boyfriend's mom's car showed up. She was going to pick them up. As he was in the car, my boyfriend threw the bag of black powder out the window. Then he looked down and saw a wooden cross necklace. My boyfriend didn't know I lost my wooden cross necklace recently, somewhere in the house. He said it looked like mine and that it came out of nowhere. Then the car pulled up to his house. He walked inside and his friend and a few other people were sitting on the sofa in the living room. All of them were laughing and talking. His friend still has no face. The friend looked up at my boyfriend and asked for a favour. My boyfriend said, "No, you're just using me." The friend walked up to my boyfriend and placed another bag of black powder into his hands. My boyfriend refused and the friend's demeanour suddenly changed. He was upset and took out a ring box. The friend opened the ring box and inside of it is my ring, the one I recently couldn't find. My boyfriend asked him, "How did you get that?" The friend said, "Maybe I should just get rid of it and cancel this ring." My boyfriend goes quiet and then notices that in order to get the ring, this thing would have had to have been in my house. He asks, "What are you going to do to my girlfriend?" The no-faced friend moves his head up as if to look my boyfriend in the eyes. A smile formed on its face and he said it started to laugh. That it was the most evil and deep laugh. Something that sticks in his mind and is hard to forget. He said that it was very evil. Not only the laugh, but whatever it was. He woke up and immediately told me of the dream. He said for some reason he felt that he had to tell me about it and that we both have to be careful this time. So a little bit ago, I was having issues in the house. I rented a room in the house and when everyone else moved out, I was the last one there. Recently, I had gotten 2 new roommates, but they moved out in the middle of the night. Then almost as soon as they left, I had gotten two different roommates. I have some EVPs and videos of the things I caught. No images of what they are, nothing caught on tape that was an image, just EVPs. Many people could hear them, and my door handle moving. I just got a new door handle on my door, so there wasn't much reason for it to be making noise, or shaking, or unlocking on its own. As time went on, I decided to pray, and that seemed to really calm things down. In fact, it seemed to simply go away. But today, I was taking a shower, where I had caught the most EVPs. Before I went to take a shower, I heard a little boy's voice. Not a little girl like before, but I felt like it was similar to whatever she was. It said, "Caitlin, you are my mama." Fucking weird. I instantly remembered an EVP I had taken earlier of a girl's voice saying mama in that bathroom. I went in and turned the water on and well, I was taking a shower. What more could be said? While I was in there, I kept hearing a little boy and a little girl telling me to come here. I figured it was just the water from the shower, I guess, and the white noise from it. So I kept scrub-a-dub-dubbing. Then I heard my own voice crystal clear and it kept saying Caitlin, and Caitlin come here. I rinsed and then squealed the shower handle to close the water, still thinking of forcing myself to believe it was just the white noise from the water. Then I heard it again from the other side of the shower room. I listened more closely and I heard my voice again. It sounded like it came from the cabinet, underneath my sink. Well, I dried off and pretended like I didn't hear anything at all. I don't want to believe it's back, so I simply, will proceed to keep ignoring it. I had a friend back in elementary school. My sister and I used to be their only friends. Other kids bullied him because he was gay, but we didn't. We would chase them off and laugh with him, patting him on his back. We never brought it up, but we knew, though, that we were the only friends he had. My sister and I used to go to his house. His mom would bake a batch of cookies every single time. I remember the smell. It was so delicious. My friend and I would either play in the backyard. He had a friend, Chipmunk, that he used to feed all the time. But for some reason, a reason I didn't yet understand, he hid his friendship with the chipmunk from his father. My sister and I would usually sew clothes in the basement with him. We would sew clothes for our stuffed animals. His grandpa built a beautiful dollhouse for him. It was in the basement and was gorgeous. He really loved that dollhouse. He had a younger brother who was always upstairs watching cartoons. I didn't know that he died a few years later. As time went on, my dad divorced my stepmom. We packed up and moved when the school year was over. We lost his phone number during the move, so we never spoke to him again. During the year of 2013, I was in my room playing a video game, when suddenly I saw a vivid dream while still awake. I saw that I was in a room. There was a small kind of party going on. I turned to the window and then to the couple of people in the room. Their smiles for some reason had faded and turned to unknowing fear or sadness. I slid backwards, my feet dragging on the ground. I was lifted onto a railing and then I saw a woman there. The word Mom came to my mind. Then I dropped and before I hit the street, I simply snapped out of it. A day or so later, I was in my bedroom. My dad knocks on the door. He has a newspaper in his hands. I look at him, smiling and expecting to have a coffee with him and to listen to him about how his night at work went. My dad didn't smile this time. He slowly walked over to me. Later on, after this moment, my dad said that while at work, his co-workers were laughing and talking about the transgender kid who died downtown. They showed my dad the newspaper. He didn't laugh like they did. He didn't joke like they did. He looked at the newspaper. On the front page was my friend's face plastered upon it. My dad sat down beside me. "Kate, do you remember your friend Nate?" I smiled and said, "Yeah, Dad, of course." He took a deep breath, and I didn't understand yet why he was so odd today. He said, "Nate just killed himself. I'm so sorry." He slowly handed me the newspaper. I saw my friend's face. He grew up so much, but now he went by another name. But it was her. It was my friend. I didn't know what to say. My dad said he jumped from the balcony. I started to tear up, and I could hear my tears hitting the paper. My dad put his arm around me and hugged me. It was another moment in my life where I didn't save someone. So I've been having some issues in my house. I prayed in my room, even though I'm not very good at it. Got an EVP. After I said, I'm calling upon the Archangel Michael, I heard a growl with my own ears. Within the growl was the EVP. I actually didn't catch it. It was another person who did. The next night I confronted them. Basically, I stood in the living room at night. They seemed to be the most active at night. Something felt like it stood behind me, put its icy hand on my shoulder, and said my name right into my ear. I got pissed. Shout out a warning shot. Basically a burst of light. If you don't know what that is, people who are physics can do things once they learn how to do it. Other people wouldn't see it with their eyes. The icy feeling on my shoulder went away pretty quick. I asked, how many? A little girl's voice came from my right and said, many. I got pissed and said, how many again? A man's voice behind me said, 7. Another said 9. A deeper voice mocking to my left said, many more. Ha. The room filled with whispers all around. I started walking back to my room and turned around expecting to see them, but nothing was there. As I kept walking down the hallway, the whispers came closer. I opened my door and looked back, glaring at where the whispers were coming from, and I said in an intention, I will burn you. I said it in the same way I would do to a ghost, so I didn't say it out loud. The whispers stopped. I knew I was angry and I should know better. I needed help. I went into my bedroom, prayed 5 to 7 times. A ton of neck pain, etc. I didn't take it seriously, the neck pain. It can be explained away. I went to sleep and the house felt lighter and brighter. It felt like finally they were gone, but I don't know. It felt like underneath it that maybe not. The sun went down around 8:20 to 8:30. It was 8:40 and the room started to feel heavier. Whispers again from behind the door. I was getting ready to pray again. I was kind of angry, upset, etc. Then it felt like my room was full of people. It was a good feeling this time. I felt a warm feeling. A woman's voice said, it's alright, we're here. Then the whispers behind the door had stopped. I still don't know exactly what's going on, but this room feels really, really good. My uncle was a very young child, and he was sleeping in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. He had woken up in the middle of the night, and he remembered that he must have woken up because he was thirsty. The room was dark, as was the hallway that passed his bedroom door, which at the time was open, so that he could call out to his aunt if he needed anything. As he laid there, he called out, Aunt Jane, Aunt Jane, but no answer. It was at this time that he noticed his aunt walk past his bedroom door. She had a long white nightgown on, and her skin seemed snow white and pale, like it almost glows in moonlight. But he said she wasn't really walking. Her head didn't move as if she was walking. It was more like she was floating. Once she passed his bedroom door, he called out to her again, Aunt Jane, can I have a glass of water? It was silent. He had no idea if she heard him. Moments later, as he was watching his bedroom door to see if she would come inside, fingers crept around the top right edge of the door frame. He said, Aunt Jane? It was strange, because the ceilings are so tall that if someone tried to peek inside the room at that height, they would have had to have been 7 or 7.5 foot tall. This was when he felt maybe this wasn't his Aunt Jane. Paralyzed in fear, he watched his eyes and then a face peeked from the top edge of the door frame. The face had no eyes. It only had pits for where the eyes should have been. Its face seemed sunken and dead. This thing that looked like an evil mirror image of his aunt stared right at him and said nothing. Dread set in, and my uncle felt like he'd done something very bad. He climbed underneath his blankets, waiting for it to go away. When he lowered the blankets from his eyes, nothing was there. He forgot about the water and just went to sleep. When my dad was about 24 or 25, my mom gave birth to me. After a few days of being home, my dad started to hear that I was struggling to breathe. He called the hospital and he had the phone up to my mouth. I was wheezing. The nurse said it was normal and to put me back to bed, that I'll be fine in the morning. My dad argued with her over the phone so we could see a doctor, but she refused. He picked me up and drove me over to the hospital. He ran up to the desk and the nurse kept telling him to take a seat and to wait like everyone else. A few moments later, a doctor came out from a set of doors behind the desk he noticed us and came over. He had one glance at my dad and his baby and started to call over emergency staff. My dad set me on the gurney and that's when he said I stopped breathing. The staff rushed me through the doors and my dad sat there in the waiting room. It turned out the hospital had a huge pneumonia outbreak in the nursery. It said that 100 or so babies had died. They tried to keep it out of the newspapers, but the news passed by word of mouth. For my memories of a past life, I think I was a spirit guide in some way or something. I knew my purpose was to watch other over-living people. I just loved to help people and watch them as they grew up. I remember being able to move about in a blink of an eye from one person to the next. I would watch over them. There was a particular boy that I would watch. He was smart, and I thought he was just a good person. I remember as I came back to him, he was in a bedroom at the top of the stairs. He was screaming and hitting the walls. You could hear the utter pain in his voice. His screams spoke volumes of pain. He was just a child, and yet he was so broken, angry and sad. Two of his brothers were in the hallway. One of them was completely quiet and seemed to have just felt nothing anymore. One of the other boys went into the bedroom and started to scream and cry as well. I wanted to help them, but their parents died. There was another guide who was there. He was an older man with a white beard. He kept me at bay as well. Seeing them in pain, so innocent, I could do nothing to help them. I couldn't touch them or hug them. They couldn't even see me. They didn't even know I was there. It made me feel misery and sadness, and I was even angry that such a horrible event happened. I didn't understand. Why couldn't I have helped them? Why can't I help him, or worse, that I could, because then I was supposed to? I wasn't even there. It not only broke him, but it had broken me too. I loved everyone, and this tore me apart inside. I think I was newer and the older man kept reminding me of something. We had to keep going. I had to move on to the others, but when I came back, the man who had already grown up, he placed his child into a gurney. I wonder if this pain brought me to him again. Why? Why this same man? Why? I didn't want his life to be miserable and painful. It wasn't fair. It didn't feel fair. It didn't feel right. I felt the rules and the balance and reason for the purpose over my head. I wasn't supposed to change what happened. It didn't feel right, and in a selfish decision, I floated over the infant. When his child took her last breath and her heart stopped, that's when I entered her body. He had to have his daughter, at least. He had to have some happiness and joy in his life, even if it was just for a short while. I wasn't planning to stay. I remember growing up, I knew deep down that I wasn't supposed to stay. Later on, I told my uncle this. I wanted to see if it was even real or if it was all just a silly hogwash of my imagination as a kid. My uncle went quiet and looked down at his coffee cup in his hand. He said the night his parents died, my dad was the one who screamed and punched the walls. Their youngest brother and himself were the ones who stood in the hallway near the staircase, and that their other brother was the other one who sat down on the bed and screamed and cried along with my dad. He said it was strange to add the older man. He said my dad mentioned that the night before their parents died, his dad came up to the stairs to tell them to be quiet and go to bed. Before he came upstairs, he saw a man by the door, an older man with a beard. He covered his head with his blankets because of the brightness from his dad turning on the light. My dad said good night through his covers, and his dad replied, good night. When his dad turned off the lights, the man said, take a good look. This will be the last time you see them. My dad didn't have time to see his dad because he still had his covers over his head. Then his dad closed the door. His parents both died in a tragic car accident the next day. My uncle also opened up. He said that my dad was a powerful teacher in a past life and that he was his student. He said that my dad had more to teach him and said they would meet again in another life. But my dad walked away from his abilities after she remained. I guess it's for the best, but my uncle still waits for him. When I was 21 or 22, I had a near-death experience and had just gotten out of the hospital. Before that happened, I lived in an apartment where a lot of bad things, terrifying things would happen, and a lot of people would experience things there. So when I left the hospital, I decided to stay at my uncle's house for a week and recuperate before going back to the apartment. My uncle had a 2-story house. The house had white trim and black window panes, and a wraparound porch which was also painted black. I'd always gotten along with my uncle. I love him so much, and he was more than happy to have me stay with him for the week. When I arrived, my uncle had a bedroom at the end of the hallway upstairs, all set up and ready to go. He was beaming with joy to have me there. He was just ecstatic. After showing me the room, he walked downstairs and I could hear him making a fresh pot of coffee, probably getting ready to watch his favourite TV shows. When I walked past the door into the room, I immediately felt stared at. And by stared at, I mean watched. I shrugged it off because, well, the apartment. I thought I was just so used to living in the apartment that I wasn't used to being in another house. I fluffed up the pillow and swept and mopped the floor, cleaned the bed and the chair, dusted the windows, and had gotten the bed all tucked in and ready for the night. When I was done, I walked downstairs and enjoyed some TV with my uncle. As the days passed each night, I still felt stared at. I felt like the room was staring at me, if that makes any sense. It had gotten to the point where when I would enter the room, I would whisper under my breath, "I'm sorry," and "I hope you don't mind if I stay for a little bit. I understand this is your room, and I'm going to try my best to be polite to you." I thought it was all silly. But I was just silly and just still wasn't used to the room, but then some nights I would hear faint footsteps and creaking from around the room. I, of course, had to find something to explain it away. It's just an old house, that's all. It's just settling, no problem. Just going to sleep and just relaxing. The room had a chair on the other side. It sat in front of one of the 2 windows in the bedroom, beside the closet which had no door. One stormy night, I laid in bed. There was a thunderstorm outside, and I could hear the pitter-patter of the rain tapping the window beside the bed. I thought this would help me sleep, and as I cozied up under the blankets and closed my eyes, a nightmare had begun. In my nightmare, I was laying in the bedroom under the blankets. There was a storm outside, and an eerie bluish light shone in through the windows. The thunderstorm was very active, and with each strike and shake of the room, it would briefly light up from the storm outside. I looked up from under the covers, and I looked around the room. The chair was beside the window as always. In my dream, I had tried to fall back to sleep, and so I covered my head with my blanket. Then I noticed it. The sound of wood being dragged across the floor with each crack of thunder. I threw the blanket from my face, and the chair had been dragged closer to the bed. Bam! The room lit up again, and the chair came closer. Bam! Another crack of thunder, and as the light blinked away, it was even closer. I threw the blanket over my head, and I could hear the chair dragging across the wooden panels of the floor, closer and closer and closer. My dream was over. When I woke up, I could see the bright sunshine through the blankets. So relieved, I pulled the blanket from on top of me when I noticed the chair was right next to my bed, facing where my pillow was. I had simply said sorry to the bedroom and packed my things, as it was my last night there anyway. As I was leaving, I asked my uncle if anything strange had happened in his house. He said no, nothing at all, and that it wasn't haunted. He asked why, but I didn't tell him. Later on, I asked my cousin, who slept in that room for a few months prior to my visit, if anything happened while he was in the room, particular about a nightmare in the chair. He was taken aback and he said, "Yes, I've had that same dream." He then said one night he had woken up to see a pair of red glowing eyes staring back at him from right above him. Eyes without a body. So this is a very true, very scary story of true events which happened in an apartment I lived in with my boyfriend. When I was 19 or 20, my boyfriend and I rented an apartment together. Our particular unit of apartments, my dad found out in the end had a cult living there. The guy who actually had us sign the lease we made a comment about his cool looking rings. He then showed us his tattoos and he said, Satanism isn't a bad thing. It's about justice, and I think that's what people get wrong about it. You should come by one of the apartments to meet and greet sometime. He was really friendly and charismatic. He wasn't creepy and looked like anyone else you'd see on the street. He was someone that everyone liked and was friendly to everyone. He really cared about the residents, and pretty much he was everyone's friend. I then said, yeah, maybe sometime. I wasn't planning to, but we were being nice because we didn't have any credit at 19 and just needed a place as our first apartment. He then showed us the apartment. They had popcorn and stuff on the counter as a cute little welcoming gift. He handed us the keys to it. As he opened the door to walk out, he turned to us and said, I think you're really going to enjoy this apartment. It's the one I lived in before I moved to a bigger unit. He smiled and then left. We settled in and had been building some furniture that we bought from IKEA in the living room. I noticed that each morning, the cross we bought at a prestigious cathedral kept ending up falling off the wall in the middle of the night. We weren't religious, but his parents lived in another country at the time, and his dad used to bring them to a prestigious cathedral when he was a baby. I bought it for him as a gift, so when he looked at it, he would remember how much his parents loved him. I would just make excuses that the cross fell off because of the neighbour upstairs probably walking around at night. Or maybe the apartment settled in the night because it was older. When I was going to do the laundry in the apartment's shared laundry room, I noticed a pentagram on the wall. I didn't really care what people's religion was, and I didn't really have one anyway. So if people believed in something, it didn't really bother me. It didn't really scare me or anything. I had just gone on my way. Sometimes at night, I would think that I saw a shadow or a silhouette of a man. But when I would look over in the direction, nothing would be there. Sometimes the bedroom door would slowly open when my boyfriend wasn't home. I would hear small tapping or knocks, but I would brush it off as the apartment was old. As time went on, my boyfriend began to sit straight up in bed in the middle of the night. I would just gently tuck him back in. Later, he started to get up out of bed and walk into the living room and just stare at the wall. Each time, I would lead him back to his bed and tuck him in and kiss him goodnight, and stay up for a few hours in case he had done it again. Then a few weeks later, I noticed something weird. Weirder than the other things. Something completely insane and, well, unexplainable. I had invited my uncles and my aunt and cousin over for a grill out. When I was walking out onto the concrete porch, I noticed the light switch in front of me clicking on and off to lights that didn't work anymore in the apartment. I mentioned it to them, but we all just ignored it. The shadow had gotten a bit worse, so as to speak. If you looked in the mirror in the bathroom, you could almost see a black cloud around your face, but again I made an excuse. Oh, the lights are just dim or something. One night, I was thirsty and had gone into the kitchen. I opened the refrigerator to grab some water, and when I turned around, all of the cabinets and drawers were open. This was new, and I thought Mark must have woken me up in the middle of the night again. Then my eyes adjusted to the dark, and I saw at the corner of my eye a person standing by the wall. I looked over completely frozen. I thought it was an intruder, and as my eyes adjusted, I noticed it looked just like me. It had my pajamas on, it had my body, my hair, but it was kind of slunked over. Then it moved and walked past me. As it walked past me, I tried to see the face to see if it was an intruder, but it didn't have one. It was just skin with no crevice for eyes or a nose or a mouth. I didn't believe my eyes. I didn't want to, because I thought if I believed them, it would give this thing power. As it walked past me, It went into the bedroom where my boyfriend slept and disappeared behind a corner. I went into the bedroom and looked into the closet. I looked under the bed. I checked the windows and doors to see if they were open. Nothing. I went to bed with a knife, but kept my eyes open so I could fight off an intruder if for some reason they came back. I let my boyfriend sleep. I didn't want it to affect him in case I was in fact going crazy. The next thing, my boyfriend didn't want to go anywhere in the house. He needed me to go with him everywhere in the house. I asked him why, and he went quiet and said, "Well, I don't know. I just like it when you're around." I looked him in the eye and said, "Is it because you see things in this house?" His eyes went big and said, "Yes. I see shadows all over my face, but it's like it has thoughts." I told him, "It's okay. I see them too. I'll go with you whenever you need to go, but you don't need to be scared of it. If you're scared of it or angry, it gives it power. I'm here, don't worry." The relief on his face was profound. The day it all became more real was when I woke up one morning. I was pretty happy because my boyfriend was making breakfast that day and I could smell bacon. I was chatting with him and we were smiling and joking. I leaned down and put my slippers on. When I had sat back up to talk to him, who was in the kitchen, I noticed a shadow without a body. It was almost as tall as the door. It had mass and volume, but I could also see through it. The only way I knew it was real because my boyfriend was looking right at me through this thing. You could almost hear it thinking. It hated our love for each other. It hated our happiness. It hated good things. It felt like a sign for things to come. As time went on, my boyfriend ended up becoming aggressive and hateful. Anything could set him off. He tried everything to keep me in the house. My friends and family became too scared of the house to come and visit. I kept loving though. I kept loving everyone around me, and at every turn I felt unloved and uncared for. Love was a huge part of my identity, with who I was, even though I didn't have a religion. Love was something that I always believed could get you through every battle. But the shadow thing, it kept showing up every day and every night, and more frequently. We covered the mirrors. My boyfriend's sleepwalking had gotten worse. Some nights I would wake up to find my boyfriend standing beside the bed, as if he was watching me sleeping, but his eyes were closed. Some nights I would find him in the restroom, hunched on the ground, with his eyes closed and a razor was in his hand. And one night, I was reading on my phone and my boyfriend sat up in the bed. His head slowly started to turn to me, and his eyes were open this time, but they were completely black. A few moments later, his eyes closed and he laid back down. A couple minutes passed, and he rolled over and put an arm on my waist and said, "I love you." The shadow would show up and tell me that I was torturing my boyfriend, that I was the reason why he was being tortured and that I should let it in. As the months passed, my boyfriend started to hate the apartment more, including me. He would yell at whatever it was in the apartment to leave and to come and get him instead of me. It only made things worse. My boyfriend started to go to work more often, taking on 19 to 22-hour shifts to get out of the house. When I was home alone, sometimes the cabinets and things would open on their own. Dishes would break. Glasses on the table would break on their own without moving. Shadows would show up and walk around me. I would hear my boyfriend calling out my name to come into the living room. Sometimes I would hear my own voice, but my boyfriend wasn't even home. When I was alone and taking a shower or a bath, the door would lock and I would be stuck inside with it. Only when I broke out in tears would it open again. I started to pray sometimes. I didn't really know how to do it, but sometimes I would get on my hands and knees and put my hands together like they did in the movies. I would ask for someone to please help me, to protect my boyfriend and my dog and my family. The shadow would appear and say, "You're all alone. No one is coming for you. I'm the only one here." It would only make things even more worse. But still, sometimes when I prayed, I felt like something good was there. I remember sometimes I would be locked in a room and I would just daydream my dad or my boyfriend or even a stranger bursting in and saying it's all going to be okay. But it never happened. It was just hope. The door would just unlock and I would be in the house with that thing. My boyfriend started to lock me in the bedroom and leave the house to go and gamble away the money in my account. This wasn't him. He was someone that he wasn't anymore. There came a time where my boyfriend had finished dragging me around the house, and when I looked at him, in that moment I knew he lost the battle and that I lost him. I lost the reason to keep on fighting it. My boyfriend already lost. I was alone and laying on the bed one night. I remember I was tired from fighting this thing. The shadow thing showed up beside the bed and said, "I'm your only friend. I'm the only one who has been here with you. Let me in and I'll make this all go away." Let me in. I didn't even have enough energy to listen to it. I didn't care anymore. It would just keep saying, "Let me in and you don't have to fight like this anymore. You're selfish. You're making them suffer. If you let me in, he will be freed." And then one day, after about a year of this being continual, I laid in the bedroom alone and unable to get out, I said, "Okay." I finally gave in. I lost everything. It had gotten really bad. My personality changed, and all of a sudden, my boyfriend and I began physically fighting, and we had inhuman strength. It's like the thing was trying to get rid of all love and humanity that we had left. It kept saying, "Look at them. Why do you love them? They are liars and evil." But I never stopped loving. I was still in there. If I bumped into someone or shook their hand, I saw their deepest regrets and fears. I saw every time they lived, every time they hurt someone, and if I brought it up, they didn't know how I knew and they definitely didn't want anyone else to know. I remember one time I heard myself tell someone that they could never forgive themselves and that they will be going to hell and that I'll meet them there, that I'll drag them to hell. I saw things before they happened. I knew people's names from across the room. I remember one time, I'd gotten upset with someone for some reason. I hated them, and I had a deep, dark desire to ruin their lives. I'd gotten news that they were moving to California. Then I heard its voice say, "The hills shall burn in hellfire." A few weeks passed, and I saw on the news that wildfires started to spring up in California. Their apartment was one of the first places to burn down in the fire. There was another person who for some reason I was upset with. I hated them as well for absolutely no reason. It said, "The mountains shall fall, fire will rain down." And a little bit later, a volcano erupted in Hawaii, where they were staying. When I saw the news, I said that was never something I would have ever wanted, and it became angry. "Don't you see this was for you?" I recall him saying. I recall him being upset that I didn't appreciate it. I remember just knowing that I would never hate or hurt someone. It was like it would manipulate and manifest emotions and act like it was me, to show that we were different. The battle was to hold on to the good inside, to hold on to me. Things became more and more worse as time went on. One time, I had just gotten really upset with my boyfriend out of the blue, and wanted him to die. Something from the kitchen flew across the room and hit the wall behind him. It wasn't good. The thing inside had fun and delight in causing inner turmoil, and as I learned more about this thing, the more I knew I had to keep loving and caring. There was me, and there was this thing, and we both could control my body. It became me. It was absolutely an insane experience and an awful experience. You don't know what it's like to have something else living in your body until you do. It's not worth it to give up. And I fought it in the end. I fought it, and it had a hard time holding on. It would cause physical illness. It would make me throw up food for days and days and days if I felt love and care for someone, if I stopped it from looking into them. It was pure evil. It kept me aware of what it was doing while inside. It wanted me to see and feel the delight that it had when it terrified people with knowledge a human couldn't have been able to know about other people. It thought it was showing me how much stronger it was than what these people believed in. It tried to make me believe that this was more powerful than the immense amount of love I felt for people and even strangers. Sometimes, my boyfriend and I would wake up in the middle of the night, and it would be raining in the bedroom, with thunder inside of our house. It was crazy. It smelled like sulfur, and I thought that it was a dream. But I turned to my boyfriend, and he was seeing it all too. You could see the utter terror and disbelief in his eyes, and I can't imagine the look that he saw on mine. We ran around the house. I grabbed our dog and opened the front door. The moment I stood in the hallway of the apartment, it was quiet. No thunder. I called out to see if everyone was okay. There wasn't any smoke and no one answered. And I turned around, and in my apartment it was still raining, and there was still thunder, but I couldn't hear it from the outside of my apartment. I went inside the apartment, and as soon as it started, it stopped. The carpet was dry, the walls were dry, everything was dry, like nothing ever happened. My boyfriend and I looked at each other and went back to bed completely dazed. I still believe it was just a vivid dream, until we fell asleep and woke up the next morning still dazed. That's when we actually had to come to terms that it was real and that it actually happened. My dad texted me after weeks of no contact out of the blue. He told me that we had to get out of that apartment. I didn't even tell him what had happened. That's when we decided that we couldn't fight this alone and went to the cathedral on the hill for help. When we arrived, I felt panic set in. It felt like a gut-wrenching feeling that I had to leave, that I had to get out of there, and I felt an immense hate for everyone there. The thing inside of me didn't want to be there and resented it. I don't know what my boyfriend felt, but he said he saw my face change into someone else. We walked up the steps and went to the cathedral for the first time for help. There was a church service going on, and all that I could hear was the sound of 1,000 snakes. I couldn't hear them talking. I just heard a voice saying, "Cockroaches. These motherfucking cockroaches." I forced myself, and whatever that thing was, to sit there until the end. When the service was over, I approached what I thought was a priest. I asked him if I could get some help from them. I told them about the shadow we saw in the apartment and the cross falling off the wall and my sister's necklace breaking. He was just angry. My boyfriend says the priest looked absolutely uncomfortable and pissed off at me. The whole time, he was glaring at me while I talked to him. He interrupted me and said, "Seeing ghosts is a sin. We can't help you." He left it at that, and even as I tried to quietly ask, almost beg for help, he didn't reply or even look at me. My boyfriend and I had to simply walk away. There was a boy who was sitting on a bench next to where I spoke to the priest. I went over to him and sat down next to him. I said, "Your mom is in heaven. She said to not be sad and that it's okay. She wants to visit you sometimes." The little boy looked up at me and said his mom died 2 weeks ago. He held my hand and thanked me, and I stood up. I looked over at the priest and he was absolutely pissed, glaring at me. I walked out without any help for what was happening. I remember while I was growing up, there was a man who would stand near me at times. Actually, he wasn't a man or woman or a child. He had an appearance that didn't really identify him as either, but I just called him a he. I don't remember when he first started showing up. No one else could see him. I think maybe my uncle saw him once, but no one believed him, and I never spoke up. But I think what he was, the more the malicious one, who also wore a hat, but he had a long coat on. If no one believed him, why would they have believed me? He was in an almost all-black outfit, and he had a bowler hat on. He didn't have a face. His skin was pitch black. His face, he was just swirling matter like a galaxy. Every so often, he would just show up. I remember for a while that he would help me with dealing with ghosts and things. He would remind me not to tell anyone about them. He said that they wouldn't understand. He would tell me which ones were good and which ones were bad. I think he was a guide or something similar, but I thought of him as a good friend. He would help me draw sometimes, and sometimes when I would walk to school, he would stand beside the sidewalk before I entered school. For his ability, he was able to see into the future and the past. He was able to speak through dreams, and he would warn me if something was going to happen. He showed me what it looked like while he was travelling. For some planes, the time would move backwards, but each one was like a never-ending spiral thread. Each one interconnected, and all of them moved in a wave. When they would move and space opened in the threads, we could see what would happen in the future or travel to another plane. Where he was from was dark, like a darker world that mimicked ours, but it wasn't quite right. He said that's where the shadows come from. I remember during my senior year of high school, I was sitting in class. It was a world philosophies class, and I remember my teacher said that some people believe that people have abilities. He started to talk about physics and things, and then he asked if anyone had any unexplainable experiences. I remember all of our desks were in a circle, and a few of the kids raised their hands and talked about the times they played with Ouija boards and stuff. More and more of them were sharing their own experiences. Then I felt the words, "Get up." I was still shy, so I stayed seated. As the circle came closer and closer to me, and everyone shared what they wanted to, my teacher asked, "Anyone else?" My friend was sitting next to me, and after she was done sharing, she nudged me with her shoulder and asked if I had anything to share, since everyone else did. It was quiet and we stayed seated. The students were looking at each other. My friend showed up and said, "Stand up." I stood up, and my teacher asked me if I had anything to share. I was really nervous and was scared of public speaking. Reluctantly, I said yes. I mentioned that sometimes I can see things before they happen. The other kids didn't seem to judge me at all and seemed pretty interested in it, which was very, very surprising to me. I think because they had already opened up, it was sort of okay to talk about these things during that class period. After I told them about what he said time and space looked like, I said, "He can tell me things that are going to happen before they even happen." One of the kids told me to tell them something. Nervously, I said, "Okay, I can try." I stood there, scared that maybe that time my friend would show nothing at all, and that I would have ended up embarrassed and looking stupid. But it was the end of my senior year, and I wasn't going to see them again. Then, my friend began to show me images. He showed a girl's long brown hair, draped over the front of a car's hood. He showed that the girl was in the same classroom, that she would be an honour student, and her senior year, that she would be given the speech for her graduation. He showed me kids inside of a vehicle. They were all talking and smiling. But I could only see their smiles and her long brown hair, which was tied up, I think. It was dark outside the car windows. I could hear their muffled voices, and then the view turned to the windshield. A few moments later, a tree appeared in the headlights. It cut her hair onto the hood of a car. I never saw her face. Nothing that could identify her other than her long brown hair. The only thing I really knew was that she was in the same class that day. When the vision was done, I hesitantly looked around the class. I didn't want to tell them, but I thought maybe when they grow up, they will believe in this kind of stuff if I did say something. I also felt that maybe I could save her before it happened. I said that there was a girl in the class and that this girl would die before her graduation. She has long brown hair. Her car will end up hitting a tree. She won't make it. I glanced over at one of the girls across the room for a second, and then continued to look around the class, trying to figure out who it was as I sat back down. The kids were all surprised and intrigued. I think some of the girls were scared. My teacher looked at the drawing on the board that I made of the map, and he said that was another philosopher's idea, and he said that will be our homework for tomorrow. For months, I was trying to find out who the girl was, but I didn't find out in time. The girl I glanced at is the girl who died. I didn't speak to my friend again after she died. I didn't find her in time and I felt guilty about it. I didn't understand why he didn't help me tell her or save her. I don't think I was allowed to. He would come around, but I didn't talk to him anymore. I was 5 or 6 years old. One day, my sister and I went to a birthday party at one of her friends' houses. There was a built-in pool in their backyard. A few of the kids were playing, and some of the kids convinced me to swim in the shallow end with them. Some of the parents were around chatting and occasionally watching the kids play before they started chatting again. It made me feel safer, so I said yes. Also, my sister hated it whenever my parents made me come with. I didn't want to ruin the party for her, plus I didn't know anyone too well, so it would be less awkward. I didn't know how to swim, but it was pretty shallow, and I was able to stand up in it. Eventually, while we were playing, some of them had gotten out of the pool, and I didn't notice. As I was kind of crudely swimming about, occasionally bouncing one of my legs at the bottom of the pool so I could move around, I went to put my feet down onto the floor, but it was tilted just a little bit. My heart sank, and I knew I was in trouble, but it was too late. I was on my tippy toes at that point, and the tilt from the bottom of the pool managed to push me into the deep end. I tried to call out for help, but the water filled my mouth, so I gave up on that and just tried my best to breathe. As I sank down, I reached the bottom, and I would push off as hard as I could, so I could get some air again, and I tried to get enough to float because that's all I knew. But each time, I only had a second to breathe again, and it only got shorter and shorter, each time losing a little bit more air in my lungs and buoyancy. I remember that after a few times of doing this again, when I reached the bottom to kick off midway into reaching the water level, I felt something grab my ankles. It was pretty tight. I kept flapping my legs to try and swim up, but I wasn't going anywhere. I thought it was just another one of the kids who was trying to play and didn't know I was scared and needed help. I saw the water level above me and the people's reflections rippling above the water's surface, and I could hear the muffled sounds of the party above. I remember thinking, if only they could hear me. If only they knew I was underwater, then this all would have been over already. I had to keep my eyes open so I could know when I reached the air again, but the chlorine kept burning my eyes as I held them open. I looked down below me to look at the kid. I thought if he saw my face, he would know I couldn't swim, that it wasn't playing. But when I looked down, it wasn't a kid at all. It was a thin shadow. It had extremely thin arms, and there had been claws at the end of its fingers. Upon its face was an unnatural smile, a grin as it mocked me as I struggled to swim up for air, as if it mocked what could have been the last moments of my life. I remember at that moment how hard I wanted to scream, but I knew that no one would hear me. But I screamed anyway. I couldn't help it, and I ended up inhaling. The water felt so strange because I didn't breathe in air, it was just liquid. I remember the feeling of knowing I only had a few seconds left and just wishing that someone could hear me. I think I remember hearing a splash above me. It was my older sister. She jumped into the water and she knew how to swim. I blacked out shortly after that. I don't know what happened really. I just remember being on the concrete at the edge of the pool. My sister always says that she was the one who swam and took me out of the pool. She saw that I was having problems and she waited for an adult to see it, but they never noticed. After I didn't come back up, she jumped in and took me to the edge where an adult helped pull us out. Which is amazing because that makes her only 6 or 7 then. But I'm still scared of swimming in deep water because I never know what could be underneath. When I was a kid, from 3 to 12 years old, I would often draw. I always enjoyed drawing as I continued to grow. My dad and my uncles had always loved these drawings, until they noticed something peculiar with each one. I remember one afternoon when I was in elementary school, I was sitting at my desk in class, which was situated next to a large window, overlooking the playground. I sharpened my yellow lead pencil and started to draw on the back of my schoolwork, and I remember thinking how my dad would love this drawing. I think that day we had a substitute teacher. She noticed and called my dad to tell him that I shouldn't be drawing on the back of my schoolwork. My dad pretended to be slightly upset, but when we had gotten home, my dad put the picture onto our refrigerator and said it was a really nice drawing. Being a little kid, I was pretty proud of myself. I can recall one time, in the living room, when my dad was having a quiet, almost whispered conversation with 2 of my uncles. He mentioned that while at school, I drew a picture in class. He took out the picture and said, "How did she know what we were talking about?" My uncles looked at the picture for a moment and one said, "That's kind of neat. It's kind of like her other ones." I don't remember all of the conversation. It became a sort of faded memory. Later on, my dad told me when I grew up a little bit that as a kid, I would draw pictures of their exact conversations from that day. My dad and my uncles would have paranormal experiences. Without mentioning them prior to their conversations, and while I was at school as unaware, I would draw their experiences in detail. So this happened a few years ago in my college dorm room. I had the whole room to myself, and it was quite nice to get alone time after a long day. This particular room, I've had a few strange experiences in. From lost time, to a rat manifesting itself from nowhere, to an odd bird chirping outside my window at night, only to find nothing there after opening the curtains. Because of this incident, I remember it was a weekend and I slept in for a few hours. Instead of being awoken naturally, I awoke to sleep paralysis. I was on my belly, head to the side, and I felt a force keeping me in bed. Not really pushing me down, I just felt like I was glued to the bed. And then I heard a female voice whisper to me in a Russian East European accent, "If you don't wake up now, you'll die here." I felt my blood turn cold, and I immediately jumped away from the bed. The voice sounded so incredibly real that I genuinely still believed there was someone in my room. I've had sleep paralysis before, and it all felt sort of fake. Like part of me knew it's not real, but this felt so real and so true. I genuinely felt like I was going to die. A little backstory of who Chris and Pat are. Chris is my childhood best friend that passed away from cancer at the young age of 41 3 years ago. Pat's my friend and also my childhood sweetheart. He died from a motorcycle accident at the age of 42, 1 year after Chris, and it's been 2 years since his death. This is the journal entry. Even though I'm an atheist, I do entertain the idea, ever so often, of a higher power. If there is one, my money is on aliens and we're in an ant farm. They're pots or experiments, if you will. I also entertain the thought of ghosts and spirits, but deep down I know it's bullshit. Or so I thought. I still kind of do. But what are the fucking odds of this happening? You're going to think I'm loony, but I talk to myself all the time. I'll actually say a sentence out loud in the middle of a thought. Example. Thought of Ron the other day. Friends with his sister still, so I thought of her and it dominoed to him. I thought how I hoped his sorry narcissistic ass dies alone. This was a thought in my head. Then out loud I said, "No, I hope he has a great life. He's just a fucking asshole. I'm weird, lol." So, I'm driving to work. A song comes on that reminds me of Pat. I feel him, but I know it's all in my head. Then I do this. "Pat, if you're here, play the next song." "Slayer. Yeah, play Slayer." "I don't care which song." I laugh. "Ooh, you too, Chris. You play Pantera. You got that, guys?" "Chris, you have Pantera and Patrick. You have Slayer. Any song, just the band. Maybe that's how you guys can show me you are here, and that when I feel you, it's you and I'm not crazy." Then I remembered that I have heard or read sometime in my life that you have to say their full names. So I pretty much repeated what I said above, but called out their full names instead of just saying Pat or Chris. Ending the sentence after saying with, "Girl, you have a long-ass name," I laughed again. The song that was on finishes and Pantera fucking comes on. Okay, that's a huge coincidence. But I also realised the chances of that happening, although small, probably not unheard of. Nevertheless, I get upset and almost start crying. I then say to Chris, "Girl, stop. I put mascara on today." By this time, I'm parked in the garage at my work. I'm trying to compose myself and I'm still shocked that it happened. I decided to grab my phone and take a snapshot of the song playing. I was so wrapped up in my emotions that I didn't realise the song had changed. It was playing Slayer. I know that this sounds like a fabricated story, but I swear on everything that I love, it's not. Mind you, I was on an Amazon Prime station called My Likes and More. It wasn't even my music library. What's the likelihood of that happening, in all honesty? Pretty damn slim, right? Shortly after writing this, I decided to look at the playlist. I can't recall the last time I've ever liked a song on Amazon, because usually when my Bluetooth gets picked up by my vehicle, it just plays what it wants and I roll with it, or just forward it until it plays something I like or I'm in the mood for. That being said, there are 20 songs in that playlist. This has really rocked my world. I don't know what to think. What's the likelihood of this happening? Also, the Pantera song isn't even on that playlist. Thoughts? Opinions? Growing up, I always enjoyed piano music. I was maybe 13 or 14. I didn't have many friends, to be honest, since we moved to a small town. The music always seemed to fill the empty bedroom. We didn't have any money to spare for classes, let alone much food. My uncle and my dad brought me a little piano, after figuring that I was maybe interested in learning, after listening to the classical music through my door. The one they gave to me was one of the electronic ones. It was small, and the keys were white while the body of it was a pretty pink colour. I tried to teach myself a few songs every now and then. At times when I was bored of the continual learning, I would simply play random notes that sounded well together. My uncle and my dad enjoyed listening to the music, and at times their eyes were a bit emotional. I didn't understand why, but whenever I would play, I would catch them standing by the door listening. I thought at the time that they just liked the piano and watching me learn. I didn't know the real reason at the time. One time, as I was leaving my bedroom after playing some notes that I thought sounded pretty, I walked out of my bedroom to take a break and to hang out with my family upstairs in the living room. I noticed that my uncle was standing by the door. He smiled warmly and said, "My mum used to play that song." I said, "Your mum played the piano?" He said yes, and that she was very good. She used to play the organ as well. Their parents died when they were kids in a tragic car accident, which separated them into different foster homes across the country, later to come back together as young adults. Their parents loved them very much. I didn't know the song, and after that, I didn't know what song it must have been. But at times, when we would pass a piano in a thrift store, I would somehow briefly play those keys again, and my dad would listen. Those keys would only play when my dad or his brothers were nearby. It was probably just luck, but the look in their eyes, I won't forget the beautiful love of a son for his mother. They also say that I look just like her. When I was growing up, there had been a few forests around town that had famous stories linked to them. The people believed that the forests were cursed from the Native American tribes, who were relocated from their homes way back when. They said the forests belonged to them, and when you go in and past your gut feeling, those people die in those woods. When my dad and my sister and I moved when I was around 13 or so, we moved to a small town. Across the street was a hill, and at the top stood a blue water tower. I used to hang out in the woods across the street from my house. It was quiet, and the birds always chirped. Other kids were scared of the woods, but I went up there to draw and listen to the birds. Also, because it was at the top of a hill, I could look out and see the entire town and feel the breeze. But when the animals went quiet, it was time to go. When the school year started, I found out it was an ancient Indian burial ground. Every year, our class would go up the hill and learn about it and the town, and the school was actually really respectful of the forest and the hill. We took care of the trees there. If you looked at the ground, you could still see a lot of Native American arrowheads. We never took them home though, or were not supposed to. I didn't at least. I actually would go into the forest when I was walking home because the bullies were too scared to go in. I felt safe there, but I also had to remember to respect it. In the forest, we also had wood piles. When we would go into the forest, we would make piles for the local foxes to nest in the wintertime. One time, when I went to school after retreating into the forest from one of my bullies the other day, a couple of my classmates came up to me and said, What did you do to Jacob?" I looked at the kid and said, "Nothing, why?" They looked at each other and said, "Well, something scared him, and we thought you scared him in the woods." I said, "I didn't scare him. I just went to hang out up there is all." That time, Jacob threw a rock at me, and I remember it landed to my right, and I hurried up my pace in the woods, and I thought he left the woods at that point like he always did. He screamed "raccoon" at me, and when I reached the top of the hill, I cried and went home because for some reason that time, the bullying hurt. Whatever happened to Jacob in the woods, I'll never know. He stopped bullying me from that day and said sorry to me and that it will never happen again. He did say something happened in the woods, but he never said by what or who. But he had a look of terror and practically begged me to say that he was sorry. I told him it was okay, and I went on my way. He could never look at me in the eye again. That was back in middle school. When I went to college, I saw him at a 4th of July college event. I was going to catch up with him about life and put the bullying behind us. He glanced, but he still looked uneasy, so I simply walked by. Also, sometimes, my sister would walk home with me after school. Only once or twice, I recall. Every time we entered the woods, she felt lost. I even had her lead us and she couldn't follow the trail. It's like she kept seeing these invisible trails that went in circles. She started to breathe heavily and cry and said we were lost. And she had an anxiety attack and just told me she had to get out of the woods. I was totally chill and knew the forest pretty well, then led us out and it was easy. It was literally just 3 trails, one from the south, one from the north, and one going up the hill to our house. You could get in and out of the forest in under 10 minutes, from one side to the other. As I lay with my face facing the wall, my dad checked on me by just opening the door and leaving after seeing me in bed. I was wanting to fall asleep, so I just lay still and didn't see him or anything behind me. After about 2 minutes after the door closed, I felt the bed pressure shift, like someone was sitting down on it and was crawling towards me. The bed I'm on is made of 2 regular beds pushed side by side, quite spacious. I was thinking maybe my dad was wanting to just mess around with me, because he has done stuff like that before. However, the room atmosphere was really weird, the kind that gives you chills. I kind of got frozen but awake. Perhaps I was just afraid to move, but it felt as if I couldn't move a muscle and continued to stare at the wall. I eventually got the willpower to turn around, about 4 minutes of staying still, and to my shock, I was the only one in the room. I eventually just went to sleep, but with my back to the wall instead, because I was pretty tired to deal with stuff like this. However, sometimes I think I hear people call me by my name from a distance at random places. My name isn't that common in the country I stay in, and I do sometimes feel a random strange atmosphere change in places. Wondered if anyone else gets these too. My memories of these events are fading, and I only remember a few key details. I was born in 1979, and shortly after my parents built a new house in the suburbs in Milwaukee for them, my older brother by 2 years, and me. One night I was in bed, about 4 or 5 years old, reading a book on the alphabet. I was lying down with my legs bent so I could support the book and read it using my flashlight. I was on the letter Q when I felt something in the room. I dropped my legs down and saw something at the edge of my bed. It looked like a shadow. It said Q, and it scared me, so I dove under the covers. A few days later, I woke up and saw it again, but this time, it was with something else. It looked like a small person covered in seaweed, to which I asked, assuming it was my brother for some reason, "Where did you find the seaweed, Matt?" I think they both looked at me, and I did the whole thing under the covers again. The last major thing happened some other night. I felt something grab my feet and tried pulling me out of my bed. I grabbed onto the headboard and held it until it stopped. I never told my parents what happened. I think I saw shadow figures around the house, but I'm not sure if those are real memories or not. but I thought I saw something going in and out of my closet during this time. My wife and I were living in an apartment, and my great aunt was looking to sell her home. The house was built in the 50s and needed some work, and my aunt didn't feel like taking care of it. So she suggested she take the apartment and we buy the house. It was 2005 and the market was going nuts, so it worked out for everyone. We got a fixer-upper for a fair price, and she got an apartment without the hassle. The house was always full of people. We had friends live with us for a while, then my brother, then we had kids. And when we first moved, we had 2 cats. Not long after the move, our younger cat got very, very ornery. He was constantly hissing, refusing to use the litter box, scratching at everyone. That was not him though. In the apartment, he would cuddle on the back of my neck while I watched TV and purred constantly. I didn't even know he could hiss until we moved. So after ruining our second load of laundry by urinating in it, we decided maybe he just needed to stretch his legs and explore outside. The very first night we let him out, he failed to come back in. We shook treats, put out food, nothing. By 10 p.m, I went out to look for him. My heart broke when I found him just outside the window of a spare room. No signs of trauma, just dead. I sadly buried the cat by an old tree, feeling totally guilty that I didn't do more for him. I feel even worse now after reading the aforementioned paranormal post. After the cat passed, I started sleepwalking, actually opened up the basement door and fell down a flight of stairs. That sucked. Tried walking out of the house in the middle of a New England winter and was luckily stopped by my wife. Every once in a while, I'd get creeped out or hear strange sounds, but it was nothing really noteworthy and could be explained as someone else making noise. My wife would hear voices. My son, who was 2 or 3 at the time and has 2 older siblings, started waking up at 2 or 3 in the morning crying. It should be noted that his bedroom was the old spare, the one with the window I found my cat under. Our other cat would go into his room and stare at the top corner of his wall. The dogs would growl outside the door but not enter. All pretty explainable. My wife was getting nervous, but I just laughed it off. We live close to our neighbours. My sons are hitting a developmental milestone. Maybe squirrels are getting into the attic. My great aunt passed away a few years after we owned the house, and shortly after, our first cat got very ill. He started peeing everywhere, just like our second, and later died of CHF. That's when things went from weird to scary. We were watching my brother's son one day. I hear giggling in my son's room. It's my nephew. I walk in and he's pointing at the corner the cat used to stare. Just creepy giggling. My son started saying things like, "I don't want to go to bed, he gets mad," or "the shadow went over there." I still laughed it off out loud, but was getting creeped out. That uneasy, someone's here feeling kept hitting harder and harder. Then the 3 a.m. stuff. Super cliche, but hand to God, I had never heard of the witching hour until I started talking to guys at work. That's how creeped I was getting. I told people about this craziness. I'd wake up in a cold sweat. No big deal. Though falling back to sleep was tough because I felt like someone was watching. Then, for absolutely no reason at 3:01, my smoke detector starts going off. Fire, fire, fire. Goes off 3 times and stops. Check the house, nothing. Change the batteries and go back to bed. The next morning, 3:01, fire, fire, fire. Goes off 3 times, then stops. I get up again, nothing. After the 4th night, I'm totally spooked. Then, inexplicably, it stops. We ended up moving shortly after. It was our dream to move north, and plans were in motion before things got too wild. But the timing really worked for us. We moved into an 1850s farmhouse. I've never felt safer. No creepy feelings, the kids are sleeping better. I've even stopped sleepwalking. As a side note, the people who bought our house never even moved in. They put the house back on the market, where it sat for almost a year. Creepy. I used to work at a PL1 import several years ago as a sales associate. One afternoon, on a very slow day when there were no other customers, I noticed a blonde-haired boy, maybe about 8 years old, looking at a small table all by himself. I asked if he needed any help, and he had this look on his face, like he was smirking at me, and he seemed to act very mature for his age. I asked if he was interested in the table for his parents, and he said, sure, then asked me to find the price for him, so I had to turn my back and walk away to look it up. Next thing I know, he's gone. And I never heard the entrance door bell chime. I asked my co-worker and manager if they had seen him, and both had no idea who I was referring to, and said that there had been no other customers in the building. Fast forward to the same night, I noticed the doodle of a stick-figured little boy drawn on one of the back shelves. Fast forward a few months later, I was sweeping at the end of my shift, and in the dustpan, I noticed a small, crafted paper doll of a little boy, and just looked like the doodle on the shelf. It wasn't smiling. In between these times, other incidents happened. I was sweeping near the back shelves one shift, and one of the glass lanterns I was a few feet from just spontaneously exploded and shattered everywhere. Everyone was weirded out about it and had no explanation. Another night, I was helping a customer carry in a lamp to the register, and one of its glass bulbs on the post also spontaneously exploded and shattered everywhere, scaring the crap out of us. Again, no one had an explanation. Nothing major, but weird, right? I guess. The entire decade we've been living in this house, my family has experienced disembodied voices. This wasn't something new to my family, as our previous house was very old and haunted, and we heard children's voices on occasion. I remember one day, after middle school, I had a friend over to visit. Once we were halfway to my room, which was in the middle of the long, unfinished basement, we began laughing together at either a joke or something that happened earlier that day in class. While mid-laugh, a small voice of a child emanated from an old rocking horse, which was off to the side and against a wall. He sounded younger than us, maybe 6 to 8 years if I'm remembering right. He was laughing with us as if he was there the entire time, but he wasn't there at all, physically. Me and my friend both looked at each other and ran out of my house with the front doors wide open. Stuff happened to me before, and I heard family stories, but that was the exact moment I learned it's all completely fucking real. Friends have called me bad luck and had refused sleepovers in the following years. Things always seem to happen when I'm around that just creep everyone out, such as small dusty handprints appearing on a friend's car while we were hanging out. To get to the point, things have calmed down now. I'm currently in my 20s and still living with my family. All of us on occasion will hear the other calling them from another room. We're no longer hearing voices of others, but voices that mimic loved ones identically. Is there anyone else here who can relate to these experiences? Does anyone know what I'm currently dealing with? As I don't feel it's necessarily dangerous, but I'm going out on a limb and saying it's probably not human either. I live in a rural part of Canada, and my city has been built over native burial grounds, which are still being dug up during construction. I've always wondered, could it be a skinwalker that may have followed me after an encounter with friends on a native reservation? Any input is much obliged. My father and his ex-wife had purchased land and built a house on the outskirts of my town that was predominantly a farming community. There were 8 kids, plus the parents and my uncle and his 2 kids living in the home during the time of the haunting. My younger sister, we'll call her Rena, was about 13 at the time, and was budding into a hardcore punk goddess. She and her friends had become obsessed with seances and were doing them regularly at each other's respective houses for fun during sleepovers. One night, Rena encouraged 5 of the siblings, including one of my cousins, to perform a seance in the basement of our newly built home with her. Myself and the youngest 2 of the kids/cousins weren't present. From what I have been told, Rena was trying to contact River Phoenix. She was obsessed with the film Stand By Me at the time, and was getting frustrated with the lack of response in front of the other kids. Rena explained something to the effect of, well, since the spirits are going to be pussies, we're going to end it, and blew out the candle they had set up in the middle of their hand-holding circle. Most of the siblings present for the seance recall an eerie, almost pressure descended on the room when the candle went out. But that was about it. Even though I wasn't present for the seance, that's when the sightings began for me. I believe it was a week or so later when I woke up in the middle of the night. For context, all the kids were 2 to a room. Rena and I slept in the framed-out basement with blankets for walls, so we could hear everything in the basement from our room. All the other kids had fully furnished rooms upstairs, where the 2 cousins also slept. My uncle slept in the other blanket room adjacent to ours. When I woke up that night, a shadow-like figure darted in front of me and crouched down about 3 feet away from me and just stared. In my half-awake state, I said, "Rena, what are you doing?" Because I thought the figure was my sister, who had gotten up in the middle of the night and was trying to pull some odd prank on me. The figure said nothing, but reacted to my voice by tilting its head to one side, still staring at me. I put staring in quotes because I couldn't actually make out any features, but the moonlight from the window well cast, enough lit to fully outline the character, who was obviously facing my direction. More awake now, I said louder, "Rena, what are you doing?" The figure tilted its head again the opposite way, and then vanished in a mist-like fashion. At that point, I thought I was just exhausted, and that what I had seen was just a dream, and turned over to go back to sleep. The second time I saw the ghost was another couple weeks later. By this time, atypical things of haunting had started occurring in the home. Lights going on and off, doors opening and shutting, the TV turning on to white noise in the middle of the night. But the whole family hadn't caught on to something happening, and each encounter was caught by someone else. So all 13 of us thought nothing of each small instance, as it wasn't equaling a whole quite yet. For me though, the second night I randomly woke up, I was sleeping on my back. I awoke suddenly to a shadow figure leaning over me, as if they were straddling me, but there was no pressure on my bed to indicate anyone was actually there. It was like the figure was floating above me. The figure abruptly brought their hands above their head and moved as if to strike down on me with a hammer punch with both fists. I swiftly moved my arms up above my head to block the blow, but by the time my arms reached overhead, the figure was gone. It was as if my arms had wiped it away as they moved past my face. I lay there stunned for a moment, but ultimately decided that it was another dream and fell back asleep. Another couple weeks passed when the ghost woke me up again. I shot straight up in bed from a side sleeping position and turned immediately to the window well. The figure was leaning into the well from up above and was just looking at me. I stared back for what felt like a few minutes, but had to leave in less than 20 seconds, while the figure did that familiar head tilt back and forth as it examined me. It misted away in the same fashion as the first encounter, and I just fell back into bed asleep. This was the only time I had seen the outline of the hat that would become important to my other family members' experiences. So up to this point, I hadn't told anyone of what was going on. I thought I was dreaming each time these occurred, and didn't think much of the sightings. But a few days after this last encounter, my dad expressed some disconcertion with the other kids. He stated that a few of them were seeing things in the house, and that they were afraid of the dark, and the basement because that's where the dark men lived. I still don't know why, but I was supremely unconcerned with what was going on and just nonchalantly stated, "Oh yeah, I've seen him." My dad gave me a shocked look and asked when. I recounted my previous sightings to him and expressed that I had only thought they were dreams at the time. At this, his shock only increased. For further context, my father believes in ghosts, as do much of the family, including myself. We all love watching those shows about ghost hauntings and are regular visits to some of the haunted areas of our town. But my father expressed that he didn't believe a word of the other kids, since they were much younger and very influential. But since I, the oldest, maybe around 14 or 15, had seen it and hadn't said anything, he felt very compelled to believe everyone now. Once the whole family had agreed something was going on in the house, it's like the entity took the haunting up a notch. Things started to get pretty aggressive, especially to the younger siblings. Once the family all realised something was going on, the hauntings got more regular and ultimately got more aggressive. I believe all of this had to do with the attention we were all giving the experiences now. In fact, all the kids started messing with the ghost, and my sister Rena led a couple more seances to try and figure out who the entity was. I guess during one of the seances, one of my little brothers felt someone blow on his ear at the same time the candle blew out on its own. Everyone screamed and ran upstairs. The siblings even came up with a game called The Dark Man and would take turns sitting in the blanket room that was my uncle's in the basement and goad the entity with taunts of Dark Man. One of my youngest brothers was sitting in there when he saw a figure materialize in the hallway. The figure was shadowed and had what looked like a wide brim hat on. The figure slowly started walking the length of the hallway to the blanket draped over the doorway. He said he started screaming, and the other kids came rushing down the stairs, and the figure vanished before the doorway as they came around the corner. I myself would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and would listen to the sounds of footsteps walking up and down the basement stairs without fear. At this point, we were all individually startled, but as a group, not very scared. We all believed in spirits, and honestly, at the time, it was kind of cool. When the basement door would open and shut on its own while we were watching TV in the living room, we would stop and stare at each other excitedly to see if something else would happen. But then, the entity started messing with the younger siblings. We never really spoke of the Dark Man to the youngest to prevent them from being scared. But evidently, they were seeing the Dark Man anyways. The two youngest were 1.5 and 6. We'll call them May and Carrie. May and Carrie shared one of the finished rooms upstairs. Carrie, 6, was terrified of the Dark Man. Apparently, she had seen him multiple times in her closet just staring at her. She would always scream and cry and end up sleeping with the parents because of her fear. She was the only one of us who could describe at length what the entity looked like. One night, Carrie was just fixated on her closet. She said she knew the Dark Man was in there and was waiting for him to peek out at her. She stared in horror as the Dark Man looked out at her but wasn't a shadow. She described him as a dirty white farmer with overalls and a wicker hat that leaned out of the closet, looked at her, left the closet, and walked into the hallway. Walked back from the hallway, staring at her as he re-entered the closet and vanished. My dad's ex-wife later described this as a shriek of absolute terror as she ran to comfort Carrie. After Carrie's incident, my dad's ex-wife became increasingly on edge about what was going on in the house, especially the long-term effects it would have on the two youngest. But my dad was too enthralled about the haunting and told her not to worry about it. She explained to him that she'd woken up to the TV in their room being on, onto white noise and the figure standing above her. She said she felt like it wasn't a good presence and that we needed to get it out. My dad, up until this point, hadn't heard too many first-hand experiences. He shared the same incident with the TV being on to the white noise when the remote was across the room, but didn't think it warranted an intervention, but merely to just ignore the goings-on. Then the entity really started in May. During all the time the rest of the kids were joking and messing with the ghost, and Carrie being terrified at, May was starting to see things, odd things, and woke up screaming in the night. May was only 1.5 years old and didn't have enough vocabulary to say much. She knew the word doggy really well, as it was her first word. She would point and exclaim doggy at pretty much anything. One night, Rena and her friend were babysitting/sleeping over at the house. I don't remember why, but me and a few of the siblings, including Carrie and the parents, weren't home for this one. When they heard May let out a blood-curdling scream, they ran upstairs and she was standing in her crib, facing the corner of the room, repeatedly screaming, "Doggy, doggy!" Every time May looked over her shoulder at the closet, the same closet as Carrie's, she would whip her head away, resuming the shriek, "Doggy!" May was inconsolable in their room. Serena and her friend brought her downstairs to sleep on the couch while they resumed watching TV. Absolutely shook up themselves. A few days later, I heard May upstairs screaming, "Doggy," but I knew my dad was up there and that he was taking care of it. Then my dad started to yell for me to get May's blanket and nug to him. I located the items and tried to offer it to May when I arrived at the room. She wouldn't take them, but kept looking behind my father and I, pointing to the corner of the room, shouting, "Doggy!" Both my dad and I looked behind us to nothing there, but May insistently pointed to the empty corner, screaming, "Doggy!" We had to remove her from the room in order to calm her down. This last incident with May finally tipped my dad to figure out a way to get rid of the entity. My dad did some research into how to exorcise a ghost, as he was now scared for how the ghost was beginning to terrorize the family, especially the youngest two. He looked up some methods that day after May's encounter and settled on one he felt comfortable with. When he went to bed that night, my father woke up in the dark man standing above him, and he shot out of bed with a gasp. This awoke my dad's ex, and she said, "You finally saw him, didn't you?" He said yes, and they made a plan for her to take everyone from the house so we could get rid of the host alone. When we all left for the next day for some finally outing with Dad, he began his ritual. He later explained to me how he went into every room and dictated loudly and firmly that the presence was not allowed in the threshold and that it needed to leave the house, that it was no longer welcome. He did this in every room multiple times, and even the garage and outer perimeter of the home. After the family outing, I saw no more of the dark man or heard his footsteps, or had odd experiences throughout the home. May and Carrie no longer woke up screaming, and everything seemed back to normal. At first I didn't realize it because I was so used to the happenings and the kids were still going through the motions of messing with the ghost. It took a few weeks to realize I hadn't had anything odd happen. In fact, it took my father bringing it to my attention that nothing had happened to me to realize it stopped. See, my dad hadn't told any of us what he did that day. He waited a few weeks to make sure it worked before expressing to us that he had got rid of us the ghost. A few of my siblings maintained that the dark man was still there, and they continued to play the dark man game for some time after. But we all eventually accepted he was gone. All of us love to share these stories to this day, and the only one who arguably had the most traumatizing experience can't remember any of it because she was so young. But May loves to hear about them, so we recount our sides, including what happened to her. My grandfather lived in a very rural area in Nepal. And most of the people were farmers. So was he. Since there was no automated water system, they would have to take turns to switch water to their land, sometimes at night time. One night, there was a full moon, and even though it was midnight, everything was visible with naked eyes. As usual, he went to the farm to switch the water flow from one section to another. Everything went as normal. He sat down for a quick smoke session. He saw a small baby goat near the farm, which was very strange because there were no houses anywhere near, and it's not normal for goats to roam around by themselves. He thought he'll take it to the village, and whoever it belongs to can claim it tomorrow. He has the goat on his back, and his hands are grabbing onto its legs. He was walking up the hill when suddenly he heard a whisper, "Such a pretty moon, making the night so beautiful." The goat talked like a human being. He threw the goat to the ground and started running up. He looked back as he was crossing the hill, and there's no goat. He ran all the way home, and he told us he smoked the whole packet of cigarettes and didn't sleep at all that night. I can't remember the ones that my grandfather told me, but I know some from my cousins. There's a wood in between two towns close to where I lived, and we hear all these stories. Nepal is a developing country, and the roads aren't very good. Forget the streetlights. And there's basically no lights in the woods, even though it's one of the biggest highways. My cousin and his friends were riding motorbikes to go camping out of town, and they had to pass through the woods. They were aware of what goes on in that road. Usually someone asks for help with a broken bike or a motorbike, and when someone comes to help, the person asking for help disappears, and the broken bike starts riding itself. So they told each other to stay close and not stop, no matter what. They were riding in 3 motorbikes with 2 on each, 6 people in total. They didn't see anyone asking for a broken bike or anything, but one of the guys started riding his bike towards the trees, out of the road. The others shouted at him to stop, but he didn't until he crashed into a tree, lucky not to cause too much harm. The others asked him what the fuck he was doing, and he told them he was driving normally. Even the guy sitting at the back said they were on the road, until they crashed into a tree out of nowhere. They figured it was probably the ghost causing them to see multiple roads or something, and they returned home, but didn't want to risk and proceeded another 20 minutes in the woods until they got to another town. I've also heard stories from other people in the same place where they see a pretty girl asking for a lift, and when you stop for her, it looks like she's coming, but then there's nobody. Pretty safe to say, the place is haunted. I personally don't want to mess around and text it out, but that place freaks me out, even during daytime. Just a double-lane road in the middle of woods. So myself and a friend had something happen the other day. Left another friend's house about 4 AM. It's dark. Streetlights have just come back on. They get turned off at 1 AM every day, back on at 4 AM every day to save money. And it's a clear night, with a couple clouds in the sky. Looks nice with the moon and all. Anyways, my friend and I are walking for just 2 minutes round the corner of the road. It's a dead-end road, one way in, one way out, and goes downhill. And in front of us, about 50 meters away, are 5 people. 2 children. What looks like the parents and an elderly woman. It's a bit odd. A family out at 4 AM, stood under a streetlight. Not impossible to happen. People are unpredictable. As we got closer, they look really odd now. White shirts, beige trousers and dresses, exactly the same colours. Again, not impossible, just odd. Getting closer, across the road from them now, and you can see how daunting they look. Black rings around their eyes. They don't look healthy. Sunken faces, etc. Quite creepy now, but even creepier when they just stare, eyes following the whole way. My friend, who's female, is clearly terrified as something really isn't sitting well with them. So we walk on a bit faster. I grab her closer to me just in case anything happens. I'd rather she get away safe. So we carry on for literally seconds before a stone flies by and hits the pavement in front of us. Made us jump. My friend was even more scared now. I got annoyed, so I turned to confront them, and they were gone. They were there mere seconds before, and now completely gone from where they were. There was nowhere to hide so fast, no other ways out of that road. They'd have to run past us to get away. Now we're running down the road away from where they were, friends crying. I'm getting tense. I hate dark, and honestly, I was fucking scared too. So I tell her to hold on to me and stay close, and move to a walk as we got further down the road. The road itself takes about 10 minutes to walk down. We're probably 6 minutes in, but looking behind us constantly. We get to the end of the road, turn around again, nothing. But the lights are turned off, only for about 20 seconds. Now we are submerged in darkness by what we can see at the end of the road by a bus stop. And at that bus stop we see 5 people, 2 children, their parents, and the elderly woman, just standing there staring. We have nowhere else to go now. I've called my friends to see if they're awake, but their phones are dead, so I can't contact anyone. I still have their faces and clothing all imprinted in my mind. This is Christmas morning. It's 4 a.m, Christmas Day. My friend doesn't understand what happened, and I for sure don't. We've tried to talk to friends about it, but they think the darkness tricked our minds. It's something I can't stop thinking about, and I dream about it. More nightmares. I can barely sleep since. Once, I was sleeping on a normal night, when suddenly I felt a strong punch in my jaw at the left side. When I woke up, I looked to the side, searching who the hell punched me with my face, like, what the fuck happened here now? I looked to the door of my bedroom in front of my bed, and I noticed it was open, and I lifted off my bed and went to it to see something. When I saw the other side of the door, I noticed that the lamps were on, and the door of the bathroom was open, with the lamp on too. At first, I imagined that my sister did it with me, because her bedroom is next to mine. But I think more, and I noticed that she wouldn't be so dumb to wake up and punch me while I was sleeping. After this strange thing happened, I didn't sleep all night. If someone could explain to me why the hell I felt a punch in my face, I would be so thankful with these people. Sorry if my story was short. I don't have so many details about it. Through elementary school and middle school, I lived in an apartment that was built in 1905, which also happened to once be a brothel. The apartments were located next to a retirement home. If you look at the outside of my old apartment, it appears to be a mansion, but on the inside there are separate units. There were many overdoses in these units. A lot of the tenants, if not all, were addicts. When I was around 10, I actually heard a murder occur my neighbour had choked out his roommate in the hallway of our apartments. Needless to say, there was a lot of negative energy there. One of the paranormal occurrences I remember is when my mom and I were home alone, and I heard the voice of my brother calling my name while she was in the shower. My sister happened to also live in a unit down the hall, so I went to see if my brother was there because I was so convinced I heard his voice. He wasn't there. Another time I had a headache. I was laying in bed, that happened to be in the living room, and in the kitchen the bread flew off the counter. And then seconds later a gravy packet also flicked off the counter as well. It was super scary. I know it must have been feeding off my energy. I also used to wake up at 3 a.m. sitting up against the headboard of my bed, which was unsettling every time. I used to feel watched 24/7. It was a fear I can't even describe. Anyways, since moving out over 8 years ago to this day, I have nightmares of moving back into the apartments all the time. Unfortunately, that's my most common dream. The apartment that scared the hell out of me as a child that taunts me as an adult. I had recently asked my grandfather if he had any ghost stories, or stories of the like. One he told me was exceptionally creepy, at least to his standards. My papa was a painter, and one of the guys he worked with, who was certainly not the type at all to lie or anything, had told him and the other painters this once and then never again. The guy in question, Jim, was cycling home one night during the winter from his work. Jim lived in a very rural location, which was only really 30 minutes or so on a bike, away from the town where they all worked. His house was at the end of a 1 kilometre or so long road, leading up to his house and his house only. This road had a dirty stone dike at either side, running parallel all the way up. When cycling, it had gotten pretty dark. Dark enough to still be able to see the house, etc., sat way up ahead. While cycling up this road, he could see somebody walking towards him. He was confused. It was only really him that lived there at the time, and nobody lived nearby to be visiting. The man fast approached, and just as Jim got near, the man looked at him and walked straight through the dry stone dike at the side of the road. Jim began to understandably pedal like fuck to get to his house. Jim then gone to the police, and this guy he had seen matched the description perfectly of a man who had completely disappeared from that house 50 years prior and never been found. Creepy, certainly, and validated more so by Jim's no-nonsense nature. In those days, you wouldn't exactly tell stories like that to tradesmen. These are stories that in the 50s could potentially make you look like some sort of a crazy person. When I was a preteen, I never wanted to go anywhere with my parents. So they would go out for the day, and I'd stay at home. One morning, when this was the case, I was walking through the dining room and the kitchen to make my way to the bathroom. As always, I looked through the window on my left to see the enclosed back porch. This time was different though. When I looked left, I saw an older woman with a bonnet walking in the opposite direction of me. She appeared to be white with a bluish glow. She didn't stop, look at me, or speak. She just continued on the very small black porch. I didn't hesitate after my glance to the left. I quickly panned my gaze towards the bathroom as I always did. It only took a split second for my brain to process what I just saw. I quickly turned to the left again, still positioned by the window on the kitchen side, but saw nothing. There were only 2 ways into the back porch. One was the back door that was locked. It was a screen door and would get stuck, so everyone heard it when it was opened. And the door from the kitchen, which was locked since I was home alone and in case anyone ever tried breaking the screen door. When I finally came to terms with what happened, I immediately called my friend who lived a block away, and she stayed with me until my parents came home. We were a religious house and felt like they wouldn't understand what I saw, so I never mentioned it. The creepiest thing that has happened to me was when I was a freshman at Oak State. I wasn't fond of my roommates, and my close friend at the time didn't have a roommate in her dorm room. So I would go spend the night to escape my roommate and sleep on the empty bed in the room. Before doing that, she would call me or text me about hearing knocks on the walls. She lived on the 4th floor, and she was at the end of the hall. So she shared the west side wall with a neighbour. The north wall was where the entrance to the room was, east was wall to a stairwell, if that makes sense, and south was the window. Again, 4th floor. She would hear knocks on the east and south wall. At first I didn't think it was anything, probably just the pipes or someone pranking her. Another thing I'll preface is that we both had negative energy going on. She was depressed and I was depressed, to the point that we started to skip classes, sleep in a lot, and do anything but homework. One week into sleeping at her dorm, I finally heard the knocks. It was on the east stairwell wall. I ran out to see if it was a person and nothing. Came back in, heard it again. Same wall. A few weeks later, we both heard it on the south wall, where the window was. As soon as I started sleeping there too, I would wake up and find myself sleeping. I sleep talk occasionally, but this was every night there. One time I woke up and screamed, and then she woke up scared, wondering what's up, and I had no recollection as to why I did that. I would also have half dreaming, half awake occurrences, where I would see shadows moving in the corner of the room. Super creepy for me. I've always seen weird things as a kid, but never really mentioned it to my family or friends. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that I remember it all, it gets a bit concerning. When I was about 6 years old, our small neighbourhood would have parties in a popular bar nearby, where the buses would station. My mom would sell barbecue whenever these parties occurred. We were poor, and she did everything to keep us fed. This is in Brazil, by the way. As people were dancing and drinking and chatting, I was standing at the end of the space where it linked to two streets. I was standing on the corner, just waiting for my mom to finish selling her food. Suddenly, I felt something slimy hit my leg. I looked down and saw a piece of half-eaten corn. Confused, I looked back at the direction the corn came from and saw a black boy around my age, slanted behind a wall, peeking at me. He was completely black, had his eyes wide open and a huge grin on his face. I lived in the favela, so it wasn't uncommon to have shirtless black children running around, pulling pranks on people. So, being the hot-headed Aries that I am, I simply ran up to confront him. But as soon as I turned that corner, he simply disappeared. Mind you, he was about 8 feet away from me. Everything was closed and there was nowhere to go from where we were. I stood there looking around for about 5 minutes, then headed back to where I was, where I could see my mom working. I noticed the piece of half-eaten corn that was thrown at me was also gone. Back in 2003, I was 8 years old. Our family had just moved into a new country, and it was our first night in the apartment my stepfather had rented for us to live in. So due to jet lag and having already slept on the plane, I was wide awake. It was practically past midnight, and I was laying in my bed. For you to understand the story better, I'll have to explain what the room was like. So I had my bed at the end of the room below the windows, and on the other side was the door. Next to the door was a walk-in closet. Both doors of the closet had mirrors on them. They were pretty big. I'd say it covered 75% of the wall, so I could see my own reflection when I was on my bed. Anywho, as I laid there, waiting for me to fall asleep, I felt something grab my leg. Like a big hand violently grabbing my leg, then pulling me out of bed. As soon as this happened, I began screaming and held the headboard of the bed so as not to get completely pulled away. As this was going on, I guess my brother was also awake because he heard my screams. He tried opening my door but couldn't get in. And in my house, there's a rule: never lock any door. So it was unlocked, but for some reason he couldn't open it. He yelled out to my mother and father. While they were getting up, I was still struggling and holding onto the headboard. When I looked back, I saw the reflection of myself on the closet doors. There was a huge black arm coming from under my bed, grabbing my leg and pulling me. As soon as I saw that, I screamed louder. When my parents finally reached the door to my room, they were able to open it. The hand let go and went under the bed. They turned on the lights and asked me what was going on. I told them what went down, but obviously it was swept aside as a bad dream, even though I was clearly awake. After that day, I grabbed the mattress and put it on the floor. I wasn't going to sleep on beds that had spaces under them, afraid of this to occur again. My brother believed me because I showed him the bed frame. There were 3 scratch marks on the side where the arm came out. Mind you, the bed was new. My dad had them set up the night we arrived. He knew I couldn't have done it. To my mom, they were like seeing someone real, just oddly dressed. No defumination, transparency, etc. She could literally have touched them, and she swears she probably would have felt them. Now to what I saw, one of the very few things. I don't have my mom's gift. As I have already prefaced with that, there was no difference if I say this is from the get-go. When I described the lady to my mom and stepdad, he told me it was the description of his grandma. And when he went to my grandma, his mom's house, he looked for a pic in one of them forgotten things boxes, and sure enough, it was her. I lived in the town I mentioned in that other post, and met an old lady. I still remember her as if it was today. Short, was almost my height at 10 years old. Old style dressed old lady. Short curly hair. Even though she looked old, she had pepper hair and kind eyes. Chubby, a bit pale, but rosy cheeked, if you get my meaning. Beautiful smile and perfect teeth. She wore a white shirt with a ruffled neck. Not 1800s ruffles, toned down ones. And a wide cream-coloured dress with flower imprints and a cooking apron, blue. At the time, I didn't even think of it being weird that she always dressed the same. Never did I see her with other clothes. She would stop and talk to me, ask me how I was doing in school, how were my parents treating me. I was a mistreated child. How was my doggy, my only solace, and so on. One day, my mom asked me who I was talking to. I was just a few steps away from my home, was originally heading towards the Spaniard ruin to play with my friends, and I turned around and told her, with Maria. I don't recall the actual name, to be honest, and I haven't spoken to my parents in 10 plus years, so I'm not going to call to ask. She asked me, who is she? She and my parents are highly religious and believe in the afterlife, thus they believe in ghosts. What does she look like, son? I then got upset and told her, I'm not so fat that you cannot see her in front of me, Mom, and turned around to introduce her. She wasn't there anymore. My stepdad told me that the woman I described and name I gave was his great-grandma, who passed when he was around my age or a bit earlier. But he had very fond memories of her, and that she was very caring, loving, kind woman, and that as she did with a few stepchildren here and there, big family, she probably also took me into her family and was just looking after me, and that I shouldn't be scared if I saw her again, but that I should never follow her anywhere. I never saw her again after that, unfortunately. It felt like she said, we got caught, so this is it. So, ghosts are not Japanese-style horror cliches. They're like you and me. But they should have gone to another plane of existence, and we sometimes cannot see them as we other people. Actually, not sometimes, but most of the time. The first I can remember is in kindergarten. I dreamt of myself at school, lunch, picking my milk carton, picking pizza, then sitting down at the table and picking one pepperoni off the slice. It was a square cut with 2 pepperonis on it. Immediately following that, my friend next to me says, hey, you alright? This last part I didn't understand, but it's the only reason I gave the dream thought after waking up. So fast forward to real life, and that all happened. And picking the pepperoni off the pizza in real life is what connected everything in my mind. Apparently giving some sort of facial expression to the world. To which my friend then asked, hey, you alright? From then on, this has been a continual, but not continuous experience in my waking world. Another interesting time I had dreamt very specifically was sitting down in science class. It was experiment day, and starting to talk to my friend. I could tell in my dream that I was imagining tiny marching animated people to the left of his face while he was talking. It was very confusing. Later in the school year, a game, StarCraft, was released, and we played it incessantly. It ended up when this scenario played out in real life. The reason I was imagining the marchers, StarCraft Marines, was because we were talking about a game we played recently. I dreamt this one before StarCraft even existed to the public. Also, I've tried to change things at times. Once, having noticed I was in a reenactment, I tried changing my food order, because in the dream I'd ordered X from McDonald's and thought to change things by picking Y. Not only did it seem like she didn't hear me, she also correctly entered the order I didn't place in real life, the one I placed in the dream, and then read it back to me just like when I dreamt it. I've said flat out off the wall things to try to elicit a different reaction than foretold, and nothing happens. It's like my off-script words don't even exist. These people just go on responding in the same way as dreamt. Also, this is the most useless talent ever. I've never dreamt anything momentous, and I've never remembered a dream like that until the in real life situation happens. Well, the first one I remember waking up and thinking my dream was weird, but not being able to put my finger exactly on it. After that, if I remember a dream, I can pretty much count on it just being a dream. Is there a way to hone this skill? Or is this just some useless anomaly in dreams that should be ignored? The coffin is pretty worn down now, since it's so old, but I think it still has its powers or negative energy, as some might say. There's not a single patch of grass around 1 meter away from the coffin, which is weird because the rest of the land seems to be pretty green. Also, a few years back, we community people decided to plant some trees on that land, since it was sitting waste, and to our surprise, all the trees that we planted died a few days later. We tried planting several times, but seems like no other tree grows on the land, besides the one which naturally germinate there, which is creepy again. Also, none of the stray animals nor birds enter that land. At least I've never seen any of the dogs or other animals enter the land in my life before. The scariest part is that my bedroom window faces that coffin, and many times I've heard strange and unexplained noises coming from that place. The noise is always like a rustling of the leaves, or like someone is moving around and doing something. I told this to my grandfather, and to my surprise, he hears them too. The spirit of that coffin didn't do anything bad to us in these many years, probably because our family never did anything harmful or damaging to the coffin. My dad kinda takes care of its maintenance, and he also lights up a candle at any time. There are so many incidents related to that coffin. Many of my neighbours have experienced creepy and bone-chilling incidents, which I'll further post here. This was just to give you the background. Also, do any of you live near such a creepy place? It's been a year and a half since me and 2 friends of mine moved into this apartment, away from our hometowns in a bigger city. We have free access to the whole house, but a room the owners use as storage space. We don't know what's in there. There used to be an old woman who lived here, and we rented it from her son and daughter. We jokingly said she was still here, but we don't joke that much anymore. At first, it was just noises and thumps, but after about 6 months, things have escalated a lot. Whatever this thing living with us is, it has started to mimic us. All of us. Whenever one of us isn't in the house, it takes its chance. Even if the person in question is sleeping, it mimics them. We've heard the others talk, laugh, shuffle through the house, and even say things in their own particular way. Things got lost. As much as I found my jacket in a backpack I'm sure I didn't put it into. My dog sometimes just stares intently at nothing, sometimes barks in empty rooms. Sometimes she gets up and asks for our attention. Then she tries to lead us to random points of the house. It's getting more and more elaborate and accurate at the things it says. And from the joke it was in the beginning, now we're starting to feel uneasy in our own house. Last night, my grandmother and I encountered a spirit. Now you may be wondering, what makes you think it's a spirit? Well, for starters, no other females besides my grandmother, mother and sisters live in my house. As it was late at night, everyone had already got ready to sleep. My uncle and father were outside for a little, but my uncle came in shortly after he and my dad finished taking out the trash. They locked the door, and my uncle went into his room while my dad went to the bathroom. Around 10 to 15 minutes after they came in, my grandmother, who sleeps in the living room, awoke to a woman in a turban opening the door and walking towards the back of our house without a care in the world. My grandmother, knowing she has kids living here and not knowing who this lady is, gets up and follows. As she follows, I seen the woman walk past. And not too long after, my grandmother enters my room and asks if I'm okay. I tell her I'm fine, not really taking notice of what had just passed my room. She then goes on to other rooms and the lady is nowhere to be found. We spoke about it in the morning and talked about how it was weird that a completely random street cat entered my aunt's house the night before our encounter and attacked her. Then we encountered this thing. As I'm saying this, my mom is staging the house. Multiple times throughout my childhood, I've got a white face watching me through an uncovered window. The face just looked like a floating, blurry white face. No head or body like a floating mask. No features, no eyes, no expression. Always at night. The last time I saw it was around 14 or 15 years old. I'm 32 now, but I've been binging paranormal content the last few days, and it's been on my mind after seeing similar posts. Something I've noticed is that it doesn't have a nickname like Hatman. The only shadow person I've seen was Hatman, or the old hag has. Something different I've noticed about other encounters is they all see it inside the house with them, but similarly catch it peeking at them. The first time I saw it, I was around 5 years old. I'm supposed to be going to bed with two of my younger sisters. We're in a room on the second floor that has the window uncovered. We're talking and laughing while all the adults are downstairs. We're all laying on our backs on a blanket on the floor, facing the only window in the room, which was centered on the wall. The face moves into view from the right side of the window from our perspective and begins to just stare down at us. At this point, we're all already running out the door, crying. I was the last one out, and my sisters couldn't run fast enough because I was jumping up and down behind them. My dad did a search around the house and of course found nothing. I asked one of my sisters about it, and she didn't remember. I have to ask my dad if he remembers. The last time I saw it, I was watching my little brother playing video games in the living room one night. This time was in a double-wide trailer. The TV was centered between two uncovered windows. I'm sitting behind him, watching him play, but my mind is somewhere else. I don't know what caused me to look at the window, because I don't remember having the feeling of someone watching me, and it wasn't movement. I just immediately look at the window and there, if it has a gender, is looking right at me. As soon as my eyes made contact with the face, it glided quickly to the side out of view. I just sat there, struck with intense fear. I didn't say a word about it to my brother. This happened on Christmas 2 years ago, and I still can't believe it. For some context, me and my parents have always been familiar with paranormal or strange happenings in our lives, but ever since my sister passed about 7 years ago, it seems to have increased, with the fairly obvious reason as to why. Me and my sister were very close, and every major holiday or celebration, I always get little hints, I don't know what to call them, that she's there. Well, on Christmas 2 years ago, my mom noticed a robin on our fence. Robins are a sign of past loved ones. We strongly believed this was my sister coming to see us for the holidays. As this was happening, I was trying to find my train ticket as I'd booked to go see my long-distance girlfriend for the holidays. My parents were standing at the door watching the robin, and after I got my train ticket in my hand, I went to look at the robin. I remember these series of events very distinctly. I went to the window to see the robin with my train ticket in my hand. The robin waited until I had seen it before it flew off. Me and my parents conferred and all mutually agreed it was my sister. After a moment of silence, I realized my train ticket was no longer in my hand. I was totally weirded out as both my parents had seen me grab it and come to the window with it in my hand. We all looked up for it for a solid 30 minutes, all to no avail. At this point, I'd already texted my girlfriend to apologize that I wasn't going to be able to make my train because my ticket had randomly disappeared. Well, 30 minutes later, the most cliche thing possible happens, and a news report comes in saying that a train had crashed because of a random outburst of snow. It was my train. If I hadn't lost my train ticket, I would have definitely been on that train and most likely would not be alive. It's definitely one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me, and I don't think it's a coincidence. About a year after I was born, my parents settled down in a cozy little old cabin in town, which was pretty ancient by their descriptions of it. They said almost immediately strange, unexplained things seemed to happen. I'd be laughing, staring at corners with no one in the room with me. Or they'd walk in on me staring at the doorway, listening to what seemed like nothing. But it was like I was listening to someone speaking to me. The hardest thing, I guess, would be hard to believe was the time they were watching TV, when out of nowhere I started laughing at something outside. So they thought maybe someone was out there. When they checked, there was nothing, just the clothesline out back. Then, with nothing in sight, they heard the clothesline snap, then vibrate visibly, like someone pulling the line and letting go. When it happened again, I'd start laughing. They didn't know what to think, but to just close the door and blame the wind. Another time was around 11 to 12 years ago, at the last house we lived in as a family. My mother told me the story around the time it happened to her. I remember that night. My aunt and cousin were staying with us at the time. My sisters were pretty tiny around then too. They were in bed with my mom that night. My dad was working late, so he wasn't home. Mom said she was having a hard time going to sleep with a lot on her mind. My sisters sprawled all over the bed, didn't help. But when she dozed off, it was interrupted by one of my sisters crying. In order to check what was bugging her, my mom sat up, thinking she was probably having a bad dream. What she saw when she opened her eyes, she said, gave her a chill down her spine. There was a small pitch black shadow, like creature over my sister. It probably noticed my mom waking up and darted off the bed and down the hall, without making a sound. She immediately started praying and rushed out after it. She searched the house, thinking it might have been a small animal, but nothing turned up. She said whatever it was big enough to not be a mouse or rat. Our dog was outside and we didn't have any cats. It still gives her chills to talk about it. She just refers to it as a demon when telling the story. Back in my freshman year of high school, I had a really creepy close encounter in my bedroom. With what? I don't know. So it began on a summer evening with my family. We had just gone out for dinner with some relatives. On our way back home, my parents had decided to treat my younger siblings out for the night and got a hotel room, while I went back home with my grandmother, uncle, and cousin. Once I got home with them, my cousin and I put on a movie. My uncle was pretty drunk at the time, so he went to bed early. My grandmother went to her room. She lived with us at the time, and she also went to bed. My cousin and I stayed up until the movie was over. I was feeling very uncomfortable with the movie. It wasn't really scary or bad. I just felt uneasy at that moment. We saw and heard some unusual things at the house sometimes. Scary movie didn't help the mood. Once the movie ended, I told my cousin that I was going to bed. He too said he was going to bed, and so we made a place to sleep in the living room. I walked down the hallway to use the restroom. On the way, I noticed my uncle was passed out in the guest room. My grandma was sound asleep too. I went back to my room and got in bed. While laying there for a bit, I heard my cousin shuffle his blankets around and my uncle snoring in the next room over. Slowly, I drowned out the sounds as I was falling asleep. Suddenly, I could hear some faint footsteps going down the hallway. I thought, oh, Grandma's probably up heading to the restroom. As I laid there listening, I could hear the steps getting closer and closer. The The steps kept coming down the hall. Maybe she's heading to the kitchen, I thought. Then out of nowhere, I hear a loud footsteps in my closet, which is nowhere near my door. Then another step, slower than before, as the steps got closer and slower. I felt cold, and my heart started racing. I was in disbelief at what I was hearing. I just stayed as still as I could under my blanket. And as whatever I was hearing creeping to me got closer, my clothes basket full of clothes and a heavy bag holding it down fell. That's when I shouted real loud for my cousin. He came running into my room and turned the lights on. I looked around and saw my room, messy clothes all over the floor. My closet door shut and my cousin looking pale. I got up and went into the living room. There we sat, talking about what I heard. He too said he heard the footsteps and was feeling something was wrong. That was the last time I slept in that room. I never went back there alone. That summer, we moved due to other issues, but every time I drive past that house, I feel uneasy, like there's something waiting for me. Well, that was the scariest ghost encounter I've ever had so far. I don't know what to believe, but what I know is something was in the room with me that night. I was born on Long Island, New York, and since I can remember, I've experienced strange occurrences. I was never able to sleep at night, and from a young age, I was always terrified of the dark. Yes, every child is afraid of the dark, but I was afraid for a reason that I was unable to explain until later in life. There were a few stories while here, but I want to fast forward to when I was a bit older, and things began to make sense to me. My family purchased a second home, and we moved to Colorado. We lived on a ranch, located at the top of a hill that fed into the Rocky Mountains. There wasn't much around us. A few neighbors, our barn with our animals, and thousands of acres of hilly and mountainous terrain that surrounded our family. There was a long dirt road that led to our property. Rattlesnake Road. It was a perfect shot of the scenery leading up to our small 3-bedroom home. It was quiet, peaceful, but the land was old. I was about 7 years old at the time. This is when I began to understand what I was going through wasn't normal. Our home was small. It was a ranch-style house with a 3-car garage which took up half of the structure. The other half was built into the hillside, where you entered from the front. You walked into the living room and could see straight out of the back sliding door into the plains. In front of you was the kitchen, old with brick. Straight down the hallway started my room on the right, my brother's room followed that, and lastly my parents' room on the left. The bathrooms connected, and were on the right as well, wrapping around to the back of the house. I left the hallway lights on when I slept. I was scared to begin with, but something always felt as though it wasn't just our family there. One night, I was up and couldn't fall back asleep. My parents and brother were sleeping as well, and I could hear them snoring down the hall. My bedroom door was open, and I was facing the hallway when suddenly, the pull string to my closet clicked, and the lights popped on. I could see the light making its way through the slatted shades of my closet accordion doors. My heart began to race. They shut off. The air in the room became cold, tense almost, as if the oxygen was being siphoned out. The silence set in. I couldn't hear the snoring anymore. Nothing. I looked towards the hallway, and there passed a short, black, static mist. It had no facial features, but I could see what would have been a mouth. It seemed as though it was smiling ear to ear, which paralyzed me with an intense feeling of dread. It passed my doorway out of sight, not making a sound. Moments later, I heard what sounded like the door to our garage open and close, and the air lifted as my surroundings returned to normal. I knew I was awake. I knew what I had seen was there, and it visited me, only to get worse as time went on. I woke up the next morning as if I was walking in a dream. Everything I saw had some sort of a glowing aura to it, but it wasn't something that was comforting. In fact, this was the first time I can recall feeling anxiety. That cold feeling that starts to drip down your body and creates a pit sensation just under your sternum. My mother was in the kitchen making coffee, and I remember her reaction to me as I turned the corner around the attached kitchen island. Our interaction was surface level. She looked at me as though something was off with my demeanour, but didn't seem to think much of it. I remember sitting down at our table and feeling depressed, sad. It was for no reason at all. Nothing was wrong. I wasn't in pain. I was just sad. I believe that this was the point where I allowed myself to be vulnerable to whatever was around, whether good or bad. I allowed it to begin to nudge its way in. I spent the next few days around our property, helping out with the barn and spending time with my family. My grandparents shared the property with us and had built a house on the plot just down from our home. My uncle lived with them at the time, which became very important to me through my younger years. I grew close with them. He taught me a lot of things that I hold with me to this day. The way I would describe him is someone who found himself during the hippie movement in the late 60s and really grasped that forever. He's kind, very articulate, smart, but blunt when the truth needs to be told. He studied ancient Native American history for most of his life, which made him very excited when we decided to move to the area that we did. Our property was Ute and Arapaho land through time. We would hike around and find teepee rings, arrowheads, buried animals, and other artifacts that seemed harmless back then. My uncle would tell me the history of our area. He claimed that where we lived and the surrounding land was sacred, and likely a burial ground in parts for whoever lived in the area many years before us. This was never confirmed, but I bet that it was true to some extent. I didn't understand the significance of these claims until I was in my teens, when activity ramped up to its highest point. I was fascinated by the stories. I felt as though I was living through this history as well, and I believed that I could feel the past just by standing outside and looking through the hills. It was a few months before anything happened again. My nerves began to settle a bit at night, but I still slept with the hallway light on for comfort. I left my door cracked open at this point because I didn't want to see the figure again. Because the house was built into the hillside, the only natural light came from the skylight. At night, a single beam of moonlight would shine down through the window, illuminating my room in an icy blue. You could see the dust particles floating through the beam, eventually settling to the ground. I was awake again, counting the dust as it floated, staring into the moonlit room. Then, it vanished. The light was gone. Something was blocking the skylight. My heart raced, but I remember telling myself that it could be an animal that made its way on the roof and it's blocking the light. The stillness set in again. Suddenly, I heard the noise of our plastic trash can being pulled out of its place, which sat on a red brick slab. It was next to an old wood-burning oven that came with the home and was set back into a red brick enclosure. It made a very distinct sound, unmistakable. I got up, thinking my mom was awake, and poked my head out of my doorway to look. The lights were off, it was quiet, but our trash can was sitting in the middle of the living room. I took a breath and slowly walked over to it, moving it back to its normal spot. I turned to go back to bed, but it slid out quickly again and was pushed behind me, sitting about 2 feet away from where it is normally. I panicked, but couldn't believe what was going on. At that moment, the entrance to the garage opened and a brush of wind came through. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I ran straight for my bedroom. I pulled the covers over my head and laid in silence. We had an antique piano player by the end of the living room, one that played itself, but you had to pump air into it with pedals. It began to play, one note, over and over and over again, until finally it stopped. I peeked out of my covers to see the moonlight again and felt a sense of relief. Whatever it was gone. I began to drift to sleep again, and as I was, a faint shh was whispered into my ear. My eyes were closed, but what I could see came out of the darkness. A smile from ear to ear with a single finger placed over its mouth as it faded back into the abyss. I was raised in a big city in Mexico, in a house built around 1915. I was 14 at the time, and because of the large attendance at our school, I was enrolled in the evening classes, which started at 2:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. During this time, my mother and I were the only ones living in the house. I arrived home this particular night from school and went directly to the room where we had the TV. The house area resembles an inverted L. When you enter the house, to your immediate left is the living room, kitchen, and 2 rooms. If you go straight, there's a long hallway followed by rooms and bathrooms. My mom was watching TV, and I told her I was hungry. She said okay and left to the kitchen, which practically sits on the opposite side of the house. I immediately turned my PlayStation on. I was playing louder than I should have, but then I heard my mom call my name. Now, I grew up in the house and heard my mom call me probably 1,000 times. Her voice always echoes through the hallway. On this occasion, that didn't happen. The best way I can describe it was that I half heard it and half imagined it. I paused the game and went to the door threshold and yelled back to see if she was calling me. I didn't hear anything, and I ruled it as I probably imagined it. I lowered the TV volume considerably and continued to play. Within a minute, I experienced it just as well. I clearly heard my mother call my name without the echo from the hallway, and as I had half imagined and half actually heard it. I went to the door again and yelled back again, still not sure if I just imagined it. I didn't hear an answer. I remember saying, "She will really call me again if she needs me," and decided to mute the TV. I hadn't even fully sat back down when I heard her call me again, but it wasn't her voice at all. It was a higher pitched voice. At the same time, I heard a loud bang coming from the living room, and I did hear the echo of that bang travel through the hallway. My initial thought was that my mother had fallen, so I sprinted towards the kitchen. By the time I got to the house entrance, everything was pitch dark. I called my mom, but there was no signs at all and no lights. I felt extreme chills, and I didn't have the willpower to even enter the living room and turn the lights on. The only lights were the street lights outside, so my instinct was to get out. I went outside, and while I was trying to catch my breath, I saw my mother barely walking back into our dead-end street. Apparently when she left the room, she had gone to the store to buy some dinner. She obviously asked me what I was doing outside, and I told her everything that had just happened. I was expecting for her to be surprised the way I was. She was all calm and said that an exactly same experience had happened to my aunts when they first bought the house in 1979. Apparently, she also heard my mum calling her 3 times, and on the 3rd time, a loud bang. I was never told this story, and it just made it worse in my opinion. This was my second big experience, and definitely made me a true believer. My parents got married and bought my home in 1995. My dad, my mom, and half-brother moved in. In 1996, they had me. Around 5 years old, they divorced. But before they did, my dad has always been a skeptic of the paranormal. I don't remember any of this now, but in the middle of the night, my dad was not once but twice woken up to a man with slicked back hair. The man would be in my dad's face. When Dad woke up and saw him, the man would walk out through this wall to my room. Dad got up after the 2nd time and found me with a fever. After that, I used to sing songs from the 40s and 50s that I would have no way of knowing. When asked, I told my parents, the man at night taught me. Turns out, this man was my great-grandfather. He was also in a band, we learned. My dad would later describe out loud what he saw. My grandma said that sounded a lot like her dad and brought a picture over. It was him. Sometimes there were noises in the kitchen and my dad would look out. My great-grandfather would appear in the kitchen and my dad and then walk out the door to disappear. I got a little older, around 4 to 5, and was used to the high presence of active ghosts around me. In fact, I think I became scared and used to have someone sleep with me to fall asleep. I had a recurring dream. I would later tell my dad that our house would catch on fire. In the dream, I used to be floating across the street looking at my house from an angle. I told my dad and he would tell me it was just a dream. In 2002, my house caught on fire. That night, my parents divorced and my brother went to live with our grandma. We would never be a family under the same roof again. I sometimes think about this and my weird connection to my great-grandfather. I look similar to him in the facial structure of my eyebrows, cheeks, etc. It's always eerie to me when I see our pictures together. He died tragically at 36 years old in a car accident on New Year's Eve night after going out to get some coffee and smokes. His station wagon got hit so hard his head flew off. This year, I think he would have turned 100 years old. I told my dad that he died the same year my dad was born, 4 months short of each other. It was a sunny day in Hawaii. I was in my bedroom watching TV when suddenly the loudest knocking on my bedroom door happened. Bam, 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 bam. It was like there was a SWAT team ready to break down my door. So I jumped up, pissed, thinking it was my older sister, ready to kick her ass if needed. I went to the door to see no one was there. I quickly looked at each room. Each door was open, showing me no one was there. I went outside and ran around the house looking for her in pure rage. I saw no one. I returned to my bedroom and I heard muffled voices, like someone was talking in the other room. So I checked every room again and ran outside just to return and only hear those muffled voices in my room. I checked again in the other rooms. There was no noise. It was only happening in my room. Talk about driving me insane. It made no sense to only hear these muffled voices in my room and nowhere else. My high school sweetheart came over that day and I told him what happened. He confessed to me that his mom, who just passed away a week ago, that I never met, hid her engagement ring in my room. I told him, I don't want that ring in my house. He said okay, and asked to be in my room alone so he could talk to his mom. I said okay, but he still had to store her ring somewhere else, not in my house. I feared his recently passed mom might not have liked me from number one, not knowing who I was before she died, and here I am with her personal belonging, and two, she might have been racist and didn't approve of my relationship with her son. So I was scared at this point, thinking these things and not knowing what happened was supernatural. I guess whatever my high school sweetheart said to his mom and done worked, because the mumbled voices stopped. Crazy stuff happened to me too, after playing with a Ouija board. I'm glad I no longer live in my childhood house that I did that in. My mom bought the Ouija board from Toys R Us as a fun game to play with my friends. My friends wanted to contact Bloody Mary, both on the Ouija board and in the mirror. But everyone was too chicken shit to stay to see if anything would appear in the mirror, and they ran out. That day, we went to the beach in the crystal blue water, where you could clearly see the sand below. I came out of the water, and there were several red claw marks like fingernails going down my entire body from my neck down my arms and legs. The weird thing is, I didn't feel the burn of these scratch marks until I exited the ocean and noticed them. I lined up my nails to these scratch marks, and they looked like they could have come from a human. My uncle that was with us said, I must have scratched myself on a rock or something. I said there were no rocks. Then he said maybe a fish. Kids at school started spreading this story, and I was asked if the Bloody Mary story was true. I didn't want to answer them, partly because maybe my uncle was right, but I didn't fully know. But after several times of the kids begging me to answer, I just nodded my head yes, and didn't say anything more. I threw my Ouija board away in the outdoor trash for it to reappear in my room. Later, my mom said she saw it in the outdoor trash, so she returned it. Gee, thanks, Mom. I'm scared of it. My friends and I played it again. The board liked doing figure 8 patterns between questions. One time, we asked the spirits how old it was, and it said 0. My young teen friend thought it was from her miscarriage, so she even played it by herself. I know, freaky, right? But part of me thought it was fake. Days later, doors in my house started opening and slamming completely shut, repeatedly. My mom said it must be the wind, but no windows were open for that to happen. I even checked to see if there was something wrong with the doors, like it was loose or something, but it wasn't. It made no sense. Once it wasn't completely shut, you would have to turn the doorknob for it to reopen. So how did it reopen by itself after it slammed shut? The TV turned on and off by itself every time my mum and I got into heated arguments. When we yelled at each other, the TV turned off on its own. My mum always thought it was my fault and yelled at me, and I yelled back at her for pointing to the remote, and said it was nowhere near me, it was closer to her. Then, when we were finally quiet, the TV would turn back on. We didn't exchange words when this phenomenon happened and parted ways. The final straw at home to make me feel like there was definitely something supernatural going on was, I'm in my bedroom, late at night, not a worry in the world. My lights are on, I'm watching a family-friendly show called Green Acres. I felt something like a heavy sumo wrestler jump on my bed. My body bounced from this. I thought, don't panic, there might be a logical reason. I looked at the last foot of my bed and it was sunken in. Then I saw sunken marks crawling up to my thigh. I jumped up and screamed, running to my mom's room. She told me I wasn't allowed to sleep with her. She said she doesn't care where I slept, but it can't be in her room. She then confessed that the thing crawls into her bed. She tells it to go away, and she can feel it crawl out of her bed, respecting her wishes. She said, all I have to do is tell it to go away, and it has to respect my wishes. That night, I slept in the living room, but after that, I returned to sleeping in my room. Many nights without incidents, but I kept saying out loud, go away, repeatedly, because I was super scared. Many years later, I moved back home for a short stay with my firstborn. That was a young toddler. While my daughter was in a crib, outside of her crib her toys went off in the middle of the night, lighting up and making noise. My mom played it off and said, oh, the batteries must be dying, for it to go off on its own. I think I like believing whatever my mom told me, to reduce my fears. My ghost stories didn't start until that damn Ouija board. I've warned my kids never to play with the Ouija board, and told them my stories. I told them it invites ghosts into your home, but you might not be able to get rid of them. Between 2017 and 2019, I worked as a municipal park ranger in a city outside Phoenix, Arizona. One of the parks I patrolled was a 20-something acre historical farm. The park is beautiful with buildings dating back to the late 19th century. The oldest building on the property was built, I believe, in the 1870s. Me being a believer in the paranormal, I had asked a few of the other rangers if anything strange ever happened there. They all said no and would dismiss the notion of it being haunted. I had been working for about 3 months when the city started experiencing a rash of break-ins at the ranch. The ongoing vandalism prompted the park department to assign us park rangers there overnight as a deterrent and try and catch whoever was trespassing. The first few shifts went by with nothing happening. Then one night, I got the answer to the questions I'd been asking about the ranch being haunted. I had parked my patrol truck back in a small grove of trees next to a gate. The fence along the trees was one of the areas that I felt the vandals were using to get into the park. It was about 1 o'clock, and I was filling out my shift log. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a glow in the windshield. Initially, I thought I'd gotten a text and looked at my phone, but it was still black. Thinking then that it was a police officer checking the perimeter with their flashlight, as they often did, I looked in my rear-view mirror. Again, that wasn't the cause of the glow. I then looked out the windshield and got the shock of my life. Walking from my right to left, I saw what I can only describe as the bottom half of a woman in a long dress. I could see the dress billowing out with each step. I immediately thought of the way the women in the movie Titanic looked walking. The apparition gave off a slightly bluish way. Kind of looked like a projection in Star Wars. Needless to say, I got scared shitless. For whatever reason, my first instinct was to turn every light my truck had on, including my overhead light bar. My second instinct was to drive clear across to the parking lot on the other side of the park. I wound up sitting there the rest of the night, trying to debunk what I had seen. I wasn't able to come up with a valid reason for what I saw. That was one of the last nights I worked at the ranch overnight. Luckily for me, the city had installed a series of CCTV cameras all around the property that were monitored by an outside security company. Ever since I was young, I've always had paranormal experiences, specifically with past family members and past pets, but I've always had a closer connection to one past family member. When I was very young, I can't even pinpoint when my grandmother, my dad's mom, died. I'd only met her twice in my life, once in her hoarder house and once while she was on her deathbed. I don't remember a lot about my childhood. A lot of it's repressed. But when I do remember things, it's so vivid, I feel like I'm back in the memory. When I think about visiting my dying grandmother, I can remember her hospital room, how bright white it was, the flowers next to her bed, the window and the white sheer curtains, even the smell. I constantly find myself visiting it in my dreams. For the longest time, I didn't realize it was where she died. I'd forgotten. All I knew was that I recognized it in my dreams. I remember her hospital room more than I remember her funeral, to be honest. I never got to have a relationship with my grandmother. Granted, she was old. I'm surprised she was even alive to see my older brother be born. She was in her late 90s by the time she died. She had my dad when she was in her 20s, I believe. I didn't, and still don't, know a lot about her. Hell, I didn't even know what she really looked like for years. All I know is that we share a middle name, which I have claimed as my last name. We share a similar attitude, as well as certain physical traits, but that's all I know. When I was in elementary school, I'd have woken up because I felt like someone was in my bedroom. Assuming it was my mama, I sat up in my bed and looked at my door. I didn't see my mama. I just saw a thin silhouette of a woman, and I knew it was my grandmother. So I got out of bed, walked over to this figure, and hugged her. I can vividly remember feeling these thin, frail arms around me, and her hands were strong, soft but strong. She walked me back to my bed, and once I was safe in my bed, she walked out of my room, and I fell asleep, knowing I got to see my grandmother. I never told my mama or dad about this. I thought they would think I was lying, so I kept it to myself. That was maybe 8, 9, maybe even 10 years ago now, and I still feel her presence. Not every day, of course, but I often feel her around me. I've woken up to her rubbing my back, knowing it's her because her hands were so small, soft, and strong, unlike my mama's or dad's. I've also woken up to her at my door or the foot of bed, just watching. Not in a creepy way, just to check on me. I found she often visits me when I'm close to death or in insane pain. I'm often sick, as I'm disabled and chronically ill, so I often get very dangerous illnesses. Even a common cold can cause me immense pain. After every suicide attempt, she would visit me and hug and comfort me, running her long fingers through my hair. Or when I had a very dangerous kidney infection, which resulted in me losing nearly 25 pounds, once I had come home from the hospital, I woke up to her standing over me and checking on me. Recently, my dad showed me a picture of my grandmother. Keep in mind, this is the only picture of my grandmother that I have ever seen. I don't even remember what she looked like when she was dying. I looked at this picture, she was late 20s and maybe early 30s, and it's exactly how I see my grandmother when she comes to see me. She's young, her hair is always up in a twist. She's tall like me, and has this beautiful slim yet big nose. And her eyes are kind, so kind. Having never seen a picture of my grandmother, I was in awe. I feel she's trying to have the best relationship she can with me. I mean, I am her first son's first and only daughter. And I appreciate it. I want this relationship. How do I strengthen this relationship? My dad will not talk about her unless he's feeling emotionally sound. They were very tight and her death ruined him, so I don't feel comfortable asking him about her.
The house was very old. It was 2 stories and had a creepy basement. The first floor was the kitchen, living room, dining room, half bath/laundry room, and my parents' bedroom. I should also mention we had a small, very white dog. No cats at all. The second story of the house had 5 bedrooms and a full bath upstairs. My bedroom at the time was the closest to the top of the stairs. My parents' bedroom was off to the right of the stairs. My mother was a very devout Catholic. We went to church every Sunday and confession every Wednesday. I hated it. However, when my mom would tuck my brothers and I in bed at night, she would bless our rooms at night with the sign of the cross, saying, "In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, I bless this room." This was a very important thing for her to do for my brothers and I. We believed in her blessing. We believed it protected us from evil. It kept the bad things out of her rooms. We believed in it so much that we were afraid if we went through the doorway of our rooms in the middle of the night, we would break her blessing and then we would be doomed. So we stayed in our rooms till the first rays of sunlight. I wasn't the perfect little girl. I was a troublemaker. Being that I was the youngest and boys could not hit girls, I would start fights with my second oldest brother and then cry saying he started it. Because bratty little sisters do that. Well, one night, as I was sleeping, something woke me up. It was dark in my room. The bedroom door was wide open. Couldn't shut the door, that would also break the blessing. My bed sat against the wall lengthwise next to the window, and my doorway was straight across the room from my bed. When the light was on, I had a very clear view of the banister of the stairs out in the hallway. But on this night, it was pitch black. I shouldn't have been able to see anything. I didn't have a nightlight then. But like I said, something woke me up on that night. I thought something said my name. When I sat up in bed, I wasn't afraid. I was more confused about why I was awake more than anything else. No one was there, so I thought. Then I saw it outside my bedroom door in the hallway. It was a black shadow, barely taller than me. I could see it because it was darker than dark, if that makes any sense. And I heard my name here. "Pixie, come here," it said. I'm not using my real name. "Come out here." So I got out of bed and I walked close to my door, making sure I didn't cross over the threshold of the doorway. And I got on my hands and knees and got as close as I could, again making sure not to cross the door. It was a very black cat-looking thing. It was smiling, telling me to come out of my room. Its teeth were sharp and pointed, and only slightly lighter than it. Its eyes were glowing black. I know that doesn't make sense, but it had eyes and they were looking at me, like it wanted to eat me. It had a tail, and that tail came to a point like an arrowhead. I just looked at it. It wanted me to leave my room. I reached up to the light switch on my wall and turned the light on. It was gone. Nothing there. I looked around as much as I could without crossing over the door, and I couldn't see if it was hiding in the rest of the shadows of the hallway, so I did the only other thing I could think to make it not come back at all. I put my hand out into the hallway and felt up the wall of the hallway and turned on the hallway light. I left both the hallway light and bedroom lights on. I had to leave the lights on. I broke the blessing and went back to bed. When I woke up, I told my mom about it. She dragged me to church, had the priest say a prayer over me, and made me drink a gallon of holy water. Well, maybe not a gallon, I'm sure, but it seemed like it was quite a bit. She said I had seen a demon who was trying to steal my soul. Years later, I was watching a friend of mine playing Alice in Wonderland, and I shit you not, that is the closest image I've ever seen to the thing that was outside my bedroom door. I was never afraid of that thing, but I was shocked to see it in a video game. The eyes and teeth are the right shape, but not the right colour. I never saw it again after that night. At least not in that shape. I was about 15 or 16 at the time, because I remember I had started experimenting with cannabis. I remember walking the tracks with two of the guys from our group of friends. Let's just give them letters to identify them. There was W, D, C, B, and myself. Today it was just C and W, and we were headed back to Lakeview Park, a well-known spot in the city where teenagers and grown-ups alike hang out. Across the street from one of the park entrances is a path between the elementary school and a neighbourhood which leads to the railroad tracks, and this was the quickest path to where we were heading. The day was like any other of a summer in Virginia. It was hot as hell, and all we wanted to do was get back near home base to smoke and chill. We left the park and headed across the street and down the path. As we're walking and joking around, I start to feel like someone was watching us, but that wasn't out of the ordinary, as I feel that way a lot during my walks. But today, it was as if something was trying to get my attention. I proceeded on, ignoring my bad nerves, blaming my desire to smoke. We get to the area where we exit the woods up a steep hill, and as I get to the exit ahead of the guys, I see two girls walking. One about 10 or 11, and the other no more than 4 or 5. They were brown-skinned girls. Maybe Native American or maybe from India, coming from the opposite side of the track, where there's an open area hidden by lots of trees that had a similar exit to where we were exiting. The area is an area like a wide trench, and I found some old things tossed about in there through my travels. Now, I wasn't used to seeing kids this young in the middle of the woods, where the railroad tracks were, but since there were so many paths and apartments and such surrounding it, I thought maybe it's some locals. As soon as I finished that thought, I noticed their clothes which didn't look anything I had seen before. It was foreign to me that two little girls would be dressed in skirts and tights while walking through the forest. I mean, it's hard to explain, but it reminded me of clothes you see from period pieces from the 1800s. They were getting close when I made another discovery. As they walked, I noticed they were quiet. Too quiet. Like the rocks weren't moving beneath their feet. They didn't speak, they just looked at us and walked past. As they walked past, I got this eerie feeling that those kids weren't just kids. It's hard to explain, but I got this feeling of panic as if I needed to be as far away from that area as possible. We made our way onto the tracks. I looked back at the path, and it was as if they disappeared. The path has no offshoot paths, just forest on either side, until you see the back of the playground area and baseball field of the elementary school. Who were they, and where did they go that quick? There's no way they were hiding, because there was nothing to hide behind from the angle we were standing, which overlooked the whole path. Who knows if they were just kids that we saw that day? There is a quarry that has been filled right behind that area. They seem to be coming from where 2 kids were killed, and one of the bodies was never found. With its dark history of racism and prejudiceness, they could have been ghosts of some children that were killed and dumped back there. I think that maybe before those kids that went missing, and the case that ultimately prompted them to fill the quarry, it may have been a place to kill and dump bodies of children and or minorities. I think when they found one kid's body and couldn't find the other, that they may have found more bodies and decided that it was best kept a secret and filled it in, prompting some of the activities in the area. It is well known that some of the areas located around the tracks were graveyards of natives and Confederate soldiers. It's well known that many tragedies have occurred in this small town. It's well known that the police force has and always will be corrupt. The citizens' casual racism and pride is sickening, and if you want proof, check on Colonial Heights Issues page on Facebook. So when I was about 11, my mom decided to move me and my brothers from Richmond, Virginia, to a little town called Colonial Heights, or better known as Colonial Whites, because of its history of being a sundown town, whose residents used to consist of nothing but white people for decades, until about the 60s or 70s. Even then, there were probably only one or two black people, as well as being very open about its local chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. I wish I was kidding, but no. Anyway, I moved to this place and met some guys and basically became like a group of friends who did everything together. We would frequently meet up on the railroad tracks because it's how we got around, and was a good hangout place because you didn't have to walk directly on the tracks, as there were side paths which in turn also had little offshoot paths to different parts of neighbourhoods or streets. Now from time to time, I would experience some weird and strange things on these tracks, or very close by. It was as if maybe something was out there with us, watching, waiting. People in the town and the adjoining small village often use these tracks for travel or hang out, so it's not out of the ordinary to see or hear certain things, but sometimes I have no explanation for what I experience. One particular day, I was walking along these tracks to get to a path that led beside some friends' houses. I was about 11 or 12, and I remember walking along the track. I was far enough from the main road and any of the paths that led directly to a neighbourhood, so if I had to run from a dog, I would probably be fucked. It was about 11 a.m, as I wanted to get there early enough to hang for a couple of hours. As I'm walking on the tracks, I began to hear loaves crunching from the forest area, and the woods aren't dense, so you can see a lot of open areas. I peer into the forest and I see nothing, and I shrug it off as a bird, but as soon as I start walking again, the leaves start crunching again. So I overthink and look down to see if I'm stepping on leaves that are in the tracks, and to my surprise, it's no leaves, just rocks, metal and wood, and believe me, that's a whole different sound when you're walking. I stop and start again, and so do the leaves crunching from the forest area on my left, which is also side the path that's a ways up ahead that leads to my friend's house is located on. So I say fuck it, and fucking take off. As I'm running, thinking in my head that it's probably nothing, and I'm tripping until, out of the corner of my eye, I can see leaves in the forest area moving. And my brain automatically said, hey man, even though you clearly didn't see a damn thing, just imagine it's a dog. Newsflash, it wasn't a dog. I don't know what in the fuck it was. Now that I think about it, it reminds me of that scene in Evil Dead where the camera is rushing through the forest. As I get closer to the path, I have to take I'm scared for my life, because as I said earlier, there wasn't nothing there, but there was something moving and it was moving fast. Finally, I get to the path and then turn into it, and as I ran, I could hear whatever it was behind me, as if it was taunting me. Like it had the power to take me at any moment, but it didn't. It was toying with me. I get about where the house is located, to the right on the path I'm taking. As I get closer, I hear it move back into the forest and move a bit away. I broke off the path and ran up the steps to the front door. My friend opens the door and looks at me and asks if I ran and if I was okay. I said yeah, and was skeptical that he wouldn't believe me. I said if I was chased by a dog or something, and he responded, there was a family of foxes that the mother was very protective of. And I just said, yeah, maybe. But deep down, I knew it wasn't foxes. I've seen those foxes he was talking about before, and what I saw or didn't see was not that. Whatever it was, didn't want me that day. I was new to the area, and I was in its territory, and it wanted me to be aware, I believe. It sounds crazy, until you learn about the town's history. I was about 17 or 18 when this happened. My best friend lived in a neighbourhood near mine, but his neighbourhood was closer to the railroad tracks that ran through our town. It's a town called Colonial Heights in Virginia. Now he and I and a couple of other friends used to hang out on these tracks since we were about 11, as did a lot of other people in the town and the adjoining one as well. Most of the time we used it as a chill spot or a way to get to different parts of town quicker. There were also these little paths on the side of the tracks, which is where we would hang when the open part of the tracks were too hot. I always joked about how it felt like someone was watching whenever I was alone, but shrugged it off as an overactive imagination. This time was different. It was night time, and my best friend and I were walking along the path one night, and made it right behind another friend's house. As we're walking toward the path that takes us to his neighbourhood, we hear sounds like twigs snapping, so we stood there listening and trying to see. We both pulled out pocket knives because why the fuck not? His knife being the larger of the two, I feel rather confident until the sound starts to get closer, and it's moving faster towards us, which in turn freaks me the fuck out as well as my friend. You could feel the heaviness of the movement coming towards us, as if someone or something was running full speed. Now I know you're thinking, maybe it was an animal, but let me stop you right there. What I saw and didn't see that day could not be an animal. As the footsteps came closer, faster, the leaves in front of us on the ground were flying out of whatever path, as if it was clearing a direct path to us. It happened so fast, we had no time to react without knives, and kind of just stood there frozen until the force stopped right at our feet. I remember standing there looking at my friend, expecting him to laugh, but he felt what I felt. Whatever it was stopped right at us, and seemingly disappeared more than it already had. This wasn't the first time or the last time my group of friends or I would experience some truly unexplainable shit here in Colonial Heights. I'll be telling more of these experiences in the days to come. I had never noticed any darkness around her when she was a child, but when she turned about 22 and she was in a relationship with her baby daddy, she seemed to become very secretive and sneaky. One day, they both came over. It was about 8 o'clock at night. They were doing laundry at our house. About 10 minutes after they'd been there, I started hearing this metal banging outside on the roof by the kitchen. It was very deliberate and loud. I've lived in this house for 30 years and haven't heard it before or since. Instinctively, I knew they had brought some evil with them. All I said to them was, whatever you guys are mixed up with, you better stop doing it. I was really scared, but I went outside. Saw nothing. It started again off and on till they left. They broke up and she moved into an apartment by herself. She slept over a few times at our house because she was scared. Shortly after one of the times she slept over, I fell asleep on the living room couch which she had slept. I was awoken by an all-black ghost woman who spoke to me. It sounded like she was talking to me underwater, asking me where Nell was. I ran through the ghost to my bedroom and didn't come back out. Nell called me a few weeks later and told me this ghost lady in her apartment wouldn't leave her alone. I'd never told her about the ghost I'd seen, so I invited her to join me on an outing to the mall. In the vehicle, the car doors would lock and unlock by themselves. Nell said she came with us. When we got to the mall, we walked by a custodial closet and the door opened by itself. When I was young, I used to wake up around 3 every morning for some reason. I was always rested and energized, so it was impossible for me to sleep again. I'd get up, get dressed and cleaned for school in the next few hours as usual. I walked into the living room to use the laptop, and about an hour passed when I realised I forgot to have my shoes ready, so I headed to the bedroom I shared with my siblings. As I reached the doorway, I heard someone running behind me, and it was an exact mimic of my little brother's footsteps. I was confused and went to turn around as I would have seen anyone leaving the room or my mother's. But before I turn around, something insanely tall starts breathing heavily down my neck. The heat of it was intense and I froze in place out of fear. Whatever it was, it gave off a feeling of pure terror and dread, but it didn't do anything but stand behind me, just breathing and watching me. It felt like a million small needles pricking into my skin, standing so still and breathing very little, hoping I would be safe. As mysteriously as it arrived, it disappeared like it was snatched away without a trace. I already was holding the shoes and thinking it was a trick to get me to move. I throw them behind me just to see nothing. It left a memory I'll never forget and took my sense of being scared of most things with it. I think about it sometimes and I really feel like I could have died. There is another thing I consider an encounter in my sleep, but I don't know if anyone is interested in hearing, so we'll see. I believe it might be connected, though I'd rather not have this post be a run-on. So about 10 years ago, I noticed that every time I'm about to sleep, there's a knock on the closet in the bedroom. It always feels like it's coming from inside of it. My first thought has been that the apartment is old and settling, or the pipes behind the closet and temperature changes are the issue. However, the knocks come at random times and mostly exactly the time I'm about to fall asleep. The apartment I was in at the time when I started noticing this was 30 years old, and I was on the 18th floor. I moved about 6 years ago to a newly built condo, 15th floor, and started living with my girlfriend. Yet, the knocks follow. I personally have issues with insomnia and sleep paralysis, and a lot of times, the knock has been the trigger. Yet nothing malicious has come from the knocks, except sacrificing my sleep, I guess. About 4 years ago, I moved to our current house, 3rd floor, 15-year-old condo, and the knock has followed me as well. There are massive subway building tunnels close by and construction noises, yet this specific noise is there. I always have a fan running for airflow and white noise to help me tune out a lot of noises. Last night, my fan wasn't on because it started making clunk noises and left it off, so I was more aware of knocks or other noises. Exactly when I'm about to fall asleep, each time, there is the knock. It seems my sleep is the enemy of whatever this is. The whole night this experience happened until I passed out, yet only slept for 1 to 2 hours the whole night and was awake most nights. My girlfriend hears it too, so it can't be only in my mind. She attributes it to other things such as AC and buildings being old, but she hears it. This was never malicious, just annoying. Very annoying, due to making sleeping a luxury. I'm 28 male with short hair. Every night I lie in bed to try and sleep. I always eventually feel this sensation like someone is gently playing with my hair. I'm always wide awake, and it doesn't hurt but really creeps me out. Sometimes it feels like a slight tug on my hair strands, and other times it's like someone is gently swirling their fingers and counting my hairs. Usually it starts at the back of my head/crown and then moves towards the sides. 90% of the time, it gives me goosebumps and makes it so much harder to sleep. I've felt this for months now, including every day this week. It took 2 to 3 hours to eventually fall asleep every single night because of it. I visit my family twice a month and never feel the sensation when I sleep there. I just got back from 3 weeks of business travel and didn't feel it a single night in the hotel room.
I even consciously thought about it while lying in bed before sleeping, and noticed how I didn't feel this sensation at all on any nights while away. If this can be static electricity, is there a way to ground myself while in bed? I tried changing sheets, touching metal window frames in bed, and still feel the sensation. I felt this for months now, and it's driving me crazy and really messing with my sleep.